Chapter 123. Utterly Shameless. Chapter 123. Utterly Shameless, team up with me, Senior Apprentice Sister Fong. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, Senior Apprentice Sister Fong? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, Senior Apprentice Sister Fong, all the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Danwu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Zhiro, hoping to team up with her. Feng Zhiro's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her, and their strengths were all at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Zhiro's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Zhiro rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now he joined in, asking with a smile, "Why not take me, Senior Apprentice Sister Fong? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty." Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. Your strength is meager? Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bulls HI plus T even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by Senior Apprentice Sister Fong. Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind Teacher Fong? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could Senior Apprentice Sister Fong possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up Teacher Fong now. Now he even came to tease Feng Zhiro. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if Senior Apprentice Sister could not find any man, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Zhiro suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhiro was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly, "Make way in front." Everybody fell to the ground. Just what in the world happened? This world is too insane. Senior Apprentice Sister Fong actually agreed. Could it be that Senior Apprentice Sister Fong was a thorough, cold elder sister who enjoyed this sort of play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy Senior Apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha, heard that? Senior Apprentice Sister Fong has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once Senior Apprentice Sister Fong flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you are hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finest HI plussing. Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Zhiro drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly. At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in 3s or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for Heaven Rank students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 tier, 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing body around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Zhiro. None of your business. I want to. Feng Zhiro snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your mister right like this? Feng Zhiro said, All of you stinky men, every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good ATTI? Two to you all. You're overturning an entire S, H, I, plus P of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and women is a natural, great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men. Feng Zhiro's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, Senior apprentice sister might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death. Feng Zhiro gnashed her teeth and said, You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever? Just like Feng Ruoqing, Feng Zhiro had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Zhiro had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out, but rather he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her and her aunt a lot. Feng Zhiro was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law, named Water-Defying Incantation, was simply custom-made for her. Feng Zhiro advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Zhiro never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. Haha, fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's Teacher Feng who is more concerned. Feng Zhiro asked doubtfully, My aunt? What's the matter? Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoqing said in the morning and said smilingly, Your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lass, yet she's worried about your matters. Hearing this incident, Feng Zhiro surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, Quickly go. Continue to open up the path. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Open what path? We can just openly walk in. As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Zhiro one. Chapter 124. Breath Concealing Pill. Chapter 124. Breath Concealing Pill. Feng Zhiro looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pus. I, plussing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, "What medicinal pill is this? So smelly." Tier 2 Breath Concealing Pill. Tier 3 Demonic beasts and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiro shook her head repeatedly and said, "I don't want to. Stinks to death. Eat it yourself if you want to." Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. "Hey, what place are we going to?" Feng Zhiro asked from behind. "Going to the Crimson Summit Ridge first," Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. Crimson Summit Ridge. Are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 ape king. Are you going to seek death? Feng Zhiro exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along. Earlier, it was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me? Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Zhiro. Feng Zhiro flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan, who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to H.E.L. if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous, don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood? I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Zhiro stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto, without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tiancheng or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead, maddening this princess to death. Feng Zhiro said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zhiro caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Zhiro said irately, "Don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Auntie when I get back. That's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return." Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Zhiro as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the Essence Yang pill, Crimson Soul, GRASS, just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even crystal formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Jiro's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground, panting daintily, and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the 3rd Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Jiro killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Jiro's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Jiro, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while. Feng Jiro currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Jiro's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Jiro's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Jiro to try and kill him with a sword like last time. My great missus, it's you who are blee and refuse to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you are blaming me for attracting demonic beasts? I have a lot of places I want to go. How would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not. Just the exhaustion will wear you out, dead tired. Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the crimson summit ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the endless forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Luer could not. So he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Jiro refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Jiro's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hards. H+P would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Jiro suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced towards her vigorously, as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Jiro knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Jiro would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Jiro's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part here. You're also aware that I came to the endless forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden. Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Jiro was extremely compet. One tive. She could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Jiro reached out to S. and ATC, H the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Jiro realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth, which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Jiro's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you. Yi Yuan hurried, dodged, and laughed out loud. My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it? Hearing that, Feng Jiro was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Chapter 125. Obtaining good wallflower using wit. Chapter 125. Obtaining good wallflower using wit. Feng Jiro consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no hara, smelt from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Zhiro asked. "There's good stuff." "Finest. H.I. Plussing." Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of a cave. Feng Zhiro was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Zhiro was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice. There should be a type of herb in this cave called the good wall flower. However, this flower tends to have iron paw flying bears guarding it. Feng Zhiro asked puzzledly, "Why do you know again?" 1. Some precious herbs not only have AS, associated beasts, but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the good wall flower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the good wall flower's nourishment. Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent, just merely pa-s, sing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest, and he actually discovered the highly rare good wall flower. As an alchemist, Feng Zhiro naturally heard of the good wall flower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb, except that the herbal essentials did not describe the good wall flower in detail. Clearly, the author Li S. H.I. Plussgen himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower, something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand. Yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng Zhiro would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, "You know a lot, huh? In a while, if we can't find these good wallflowers, let's see what you have to say." Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her. Later, "You lure the iron paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb." Feng Zhiro immediately frowned heavily when she heard that, and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly. "Are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man, yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want, I'm not going." Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, "You came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die? An iron paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going." Feng Zhiro's willfulness acted up. "Roar." Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sounds startled the iron paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron paw flying bear. D-A-M-N. We alerted the iron paw flying bear. "Quickly run." Feng Zhiro shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng Zhiro suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yi Yuan did not even move. "What are you standing stupidly there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron paw flying bear." Feng Zhiro yelled. Iron paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yi Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. "Who's H?" Plus the iron paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yi Yuan with lightning speed. But Yi Yuan remained motionless, right there like he was scared silly. Feng Zhiro did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yi Yuan survive? Although Feng Zhiro liked to bicker with Yi Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yi Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That T.I. Tannic bear paw already smacked down towards Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and shot towards Yi Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. Ding! The iron paw flying bear and Feng Zhiro's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with sparks. The iron paw flying bear's bare paw was brushed away, but Feng Zhiro retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw of the Iron Paw Flying Bear was well deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifacts. Feng Zhiro's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact, but it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yi Yuan turned around to look at Feng Zhiro. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to Senior Apprentice, Sister Feng, for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng Zhiro was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The iron paw flying bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanting to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw Flying Bear, it could be seen that it was big, but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements. The Iron Paw Flying Bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again, but disregarded Yi Yuan and pounced towards Feng Zhiro. Feng Zhiro swept a cold glance at Yi Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later. Humph." Finus. Plussing. Feng Zhiro carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away. Yi Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Zhiro's back, "Be careful, Senior Apprentice Sister Feng." After that, Yi Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all. The Iron Paw Flying Bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very spacious. The cave was not deep. Yi Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the good wallflower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. With these good wallflowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation realm powerhouses. Such luxury! Yi Yuan also did not expect that this cave had so many good wallflowers inside. The reason why Yi Yuan was unwilling to give up on these good wallflowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huyen Yong previously. Back then, Feng Ruoqing guessed some parts, but she did not think that Yi Yuan could honor that promise so quickly. The big gift Yi Yuan wanted to give Huyen Yong back, then, was to help him enter the crystal formation realm. Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart. To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the end point of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Su Yubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined. According to Yi Yuan's observations, Huyen Yong had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huyen Yong could shorten the step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huyen Yong. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan's standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a good wallflower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists. Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Chapter 126. Are you for real? Chapter 126. Are you for real? Placing these good wallflowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts. The iron paw flying bear was not just the accompanying beast for the good wallflower. It also retained some habits of bears, for example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that iron paw flying bear cherished this place greatly. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that iron paw flying bear. It was clear that this was where it rested. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver swordbee honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it, and H.O.A. ride it here. Didn't think that I would profit from this. Ha ha! With this thing, I can also justify to Feng Zhiro that La SS later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver Sword B was similarly a tier 2 demonic beasts. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear's skin is really thick. To actually finish off a silver sword bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver sword bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quant. 1. Ties of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in the endless world when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yi Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill, and the silver sword bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much silver sword bee honey was roughly enough to let Yi Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the silver sword bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yi Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Zhiro, that lass most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After collecting finished these silver sword bee honey, Yi Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Zhiro could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yi Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. For streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yi Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yi Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yi Yuan had no time to think too much and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yi Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay. What are you scared of him for? We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away. The ambushers did not continue the pursuit, but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yi Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf. Yi Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge Four Heroes saw Yi Yuan's actions, but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat." This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge Four Heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if Tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison. Yi Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question. "You guys are demonic beast hunters?" Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Danwu Academy students. So that just left demonic beast hunters. This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries. Precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent. In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beasts hunters were likewise a source of danger. They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade, while the students in the Danwu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources. Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair, and among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students. In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small. That's right. If I guess correctly, you should be a student from the Danwu Academy, right? Looks like it's the time for the Danwu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said. Why did you guys ambush me? Yi Yuan asked again. The boss SN. 1 GD read and pointed to where the good wall flowers originally were and said, "Naturally for the precious herbs on you. This place should have many medicinal herbs, right? Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over, and we will give you a painless end." Hearing the boss's words, Yi Yuan could not resist laughing. "You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs." Sorry. Who asked you to be from the Danwu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the Endless Forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge for Heroes, survive? Then what are you bulls? I plus ting for? Just directly make a move to S, N, A, T, C. H it and be done with it, Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an ATTI. Tooed like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100-breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting, and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1 down. This 100-breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge for Heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan-billed demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yi Yuan was only a 9th level essence chi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finished the 10 breaths and said the word down, Yi Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time? Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan looked at this Southern Ridge for Heroes boss and could not resist sighing. Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord? You are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Comments 14. Yeah, now make them your slaves and let them work for you. Funky under sonky, funky under sonky. And how old is this lil boy right now? Carbons, LOL rate this chapter vote with Power Stone chapter 127. Sowing discord, although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only tier 2. The composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge for Heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face. These words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Danwu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Danwu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level essence Qi realm. Which old monster strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Ha, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone you can escape from the 4 of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. H. I. Plussing an Azure Ta. S. Sealed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating, chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge for Heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other 3 people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. To think that I, Chun Jiechyo, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chun Jiechyo was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chun Jiechyo already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chun Jiechyo, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere, he said, Is that so? But there's only 1 spirit artifact. Yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge for Heroes' face changed. Humph! Trying to sow discord between us for brothers. You're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chun Jiechyo had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chun Jiechyo also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. H.I. plus P of this spirit artifact. After S, N, A, T, C. Hang over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge for Heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chun Jiechyo braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after S. And ATC, hang the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes, having his inner thoughts seen through. Chun Jiechio could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame. You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth. What are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. I plus P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk? Chun Jiechio gave a pained expression. The other 3 people exchanged glances, but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Ha, it's not that your feelings aren't deep. It's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. I plus P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other 3 people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge for heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning, like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in an body dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, old second finally said, Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first. Then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When old second said that, Chun Jiechio's heart immediately sunk. Clearly his killing intent was roused. However, Chun Jiechio was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chun Jiechio laughed and said, Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush. Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chun Jiechio already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chun Jiechio's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. Old second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chun Jiechio's face. Old second nodded and said, The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world. And finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die. When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chun Jiechio's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 127. Sowing Discord. Chapter 127. Sowing discord. Although the detoxification pill Yi Yuan refined was only Tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yi Hang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yi Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge for Heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face. These words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Dan Wu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Dan Wu Academy. And Yi Yuan was clearly just 9th level essence Qi realm. Which old monster strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yi Yuan was purely diverting him. Ha ha, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone you can escape from the 4 of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yi Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finus. H.I. plus Ing and Azure Ta. S. Sealed sword suddenly appeared in Yi Yuan's hand with an intimidating, chilling chi. It was precisely the Songhua sword. The instant that Songhua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge for Heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Songhua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other 3 people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha ha ha. To think that I, Chen Jieqiu, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chen Jieqiu was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chen Jieqiu already started to picture the scene of wielding the Songhua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jieqiu, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere, he said, Is that so? But there's only 1 spirit artifact. Yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yi Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge for Heroes' face changed. Humph, trying to sow discord between us for brothers. You're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chen Jieqiu had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yi Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yi Yuan said that, Chen Jieqiu also quietly planned out how to settle the owners. H.I. plus P of this spirit artifact. After S. N. A. T. C. hang over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge for Heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chun Jiechyo braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really? But I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after S. And ATC, hang the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated. I was just guessing. Her. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes, having his inner thoughts seen through. Chun Jiechyo could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Aiya, becoming angry from shame? You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth. What are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relations. I plus P can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk? Chun Jiechyo gave a pained expression. The other 3 people exchanged glances, but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Ha! It's not that your feelings aren't deep. It's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relations. I plus P was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other 3 people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge for heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in an body dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first. Then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When Old Second said that, Chun Jiechyo's heart immediately sunk. Clearly his killing intent was roused. However, Chun Jiechyo was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chun Jiechyo laughed and said, Since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush. Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chun Jiechyo already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chun Jiechyo's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chun Jiechyo's face. Old Second nodded and said, The spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world. And finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die. When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jiecho's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 128. Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. Chapter 128. Murder Triggered by a Spirit Artifact. As for the problem of the owners, I plus P of this spirit artifact. I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the three of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time. Oh, your idea is pretty good. I concur. Chen Jiecho nodded and said, Then what do the rest of the brothers think? Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections. Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, Since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath. Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out. He spewed fresh blood, frenziedly in midair, and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in, but no breathing out. Clearly he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chen Jiecho did not hesitate. After ambush, plussing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed. Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into two. Arg! Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chen Jiecho in horror and reproached furiously, What's the meaning of this, boss? The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chen Jiecho finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side? No other meaning. My intention. Don't tell me that Old Fourth you still can't tell? Chen Jiecho said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, You're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against life and death brothers for a spirit artifact. Chen Jiecho sneered and said, Life and death brothers? Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds. These few years, your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it? Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth. Who helped you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the F*** point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered. We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed? Old Fourth appeared to be enraged. Discuss my *SS. Think your father. I still don't know your temperaments. If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get. How could you all possibly watch me use it alone? Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. This spirit artifact is mine, Chen Jiecho's. The more Chen Jiecho spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times, but in the end he still submitted, imploring, Big brother! My strength is the weakest among us 4 brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother. One is dead and the other is injured. I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off? I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact. Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chen Jiechio calm down. After ruminating it for a short while, Chen Jiechio nodded and said, "Fine, swear an oath." Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed, and he hurriedly expressed grat. 1 toot. "Thank you, big brother." Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger, pointing to the skies, swearing, "I swear an oath in the name of Heavenly Tao. I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise." Old Fourth's Heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more. Chan Jiechio's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill for certain? Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day. Finus. Plussing all these, Chen Jiechio looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us 4 brothers." Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, "Your Southern Ridge, Dead Dogs Brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing." Chan Jiechio could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, "I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, it would be perfect for you to give me a lightning blow, isn't that so?" Yi Yuan said. Chan Jiechio was somewhat puzzled as he said, "Didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent. But if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves." Chen Jiechio, this person, was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other 3 people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. "Haha, thanks for the praise," Yi Yuan laughed and said. Having already finished off the other 3 people, Chen Jiechio was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. "Seeing that you already have 9th level essence, Qi realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Danwu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful." His mouth said regretful, but Chen Jiechio's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely res. Plussing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jiechio pitifully and said with a smile, "I'm asking if you were for real. Why haven't you have a single bit of awareness? And hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence to make you feel certain of fineness. Plussing me off." Chen Jiechio was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me. A 9th level essence Qi realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly, you're only a 9th level essence Qi realm." Chen Jiechio was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level essence Qi realm be a complete crush on the latter? Even if he was a genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. "Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken. Chapter 129. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. 9 Sword Stance. Chapter 129. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. 9 Sword Stance. Oh, mistaken? I want to hear just how I'm mistaken. Chun Jiechyo felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level essence Qi realm racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other, not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out the Tsanghua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to foment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact. Yuan smiled and said, Haha, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the 4 of us combined aren't your match? Chun Jiechyo felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. It's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact, you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability, or is just a fool who can only brag. Chun Jiechyo was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude, having frequently walked along the borders of life and death. Chun Jiechyo's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Qi realm martial artists, even among 3rd level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. Don't worry. You'll see it right away. The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword, as if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body. The Tsanghua sword actually started to tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with the martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifacts. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, color instantly faded from Chun Jiechyo's face, and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th level essence Qi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Chun Jiechyo finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored. Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Chun Jiechyo as he spoke. On the 9 Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero sword, the 2 sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword art. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent, but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves, but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art sword moves, but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph! No matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a ninth-level Essence Chi realm, can really kill me. Chun Jiechio snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Chun Jiechio decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Chun Jiechio became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artists would suck. And be to it the instant they got careless. But sadly, Chun Jiechio met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the 9 heavens road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper Floating 0 Sword Art. First stance, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuans struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Chun Jiechio completely. Chun Jiechio was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding! 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 A series of metal striking sounded out. Chun Jiechio was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Chun Jiechio was well-deserved for being a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Tsanghua sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Ah! Chun Jiechio cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Chun Jiechio was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Tsanghua sword and pointed with his left finger. Absolute Yang finger. This was already the great circle stage Absolute Yang finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Chun Jiechio also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Puchi! With that sound, an intangible force directly pierced through Chun Jiechio's calf. Arg! Chun Jiechio gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground. I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly. Chun Jiechio disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother! I, Chun Jiechio, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended little brother. I deserve to die. I deserve death. As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right? Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace." Finus. Plussing, he directly removed Chun Jiechio's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the 9-sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, "The 9-sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleash. Plussing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. Why, young hero, I beg you. Save me. Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice, sister, 100 years of youth? Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice, sister, 100 years of youth. Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be old third of the southern ridge for heroes. His arm was hacked off by Chun Jiechio, and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chun Jiechio's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge, Old Third, had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess, but he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill, and the result was that the 100 breaths collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge, Old Third, a pitiful look and said, Disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed. Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace. Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the 4 people were good. Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge, Old Third panicked and quickly called out, Young hero, I have important intelligence. One eye. I only ask that young hero save my life. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people, even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys. At any rate, it was his loot. Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we said by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and russ. Plus-ing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born. 2 Southern Ridge, Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go? How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary? I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you, right? When did I, why young hero? Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge, Old Third faltered. He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Fine then. To let you die in peace, I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me. Finus. Plussing. Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge, Old Third's head. Why young hero, mercy. Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge, Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge, Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Zhiro? When Feng Zhiro came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly. Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say. Say your head. Have a taste of my sword first. How could Feng Zhiro listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck with her sword again. Although Feng Zhiro's sword looked vicious, in truth, she did not use killing moves. Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Zhiro more or less learned her lesson, and the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you. While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded. For me? Sounds really nice. Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough AP eat my sword. Feng Zhiro was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw-flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister? Hear me explain things carefully. Yi Yuan said while dodging. What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk. How could Feng Zhiro be willing to give in? The two people, one chasing and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed. But Yi Yuan just refused to stop. Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Zhiro freely stab over. Feng Zhiro also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If this sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Zhiro did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Zhiro simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Zhiro was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert, at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path. This sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then, Yi Yuan's face and Feng Zhiro's face was practically plastered together. Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Zhiro's exhalations smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Zhiro's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. If not like this, Senior Apprentice Sister won't give up. I know Senior Apprentice Sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me. Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you. Feng Zhiro raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. Senior Apprentice Sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first. Feng Zhiro kept away her sword and snorted. Fine, I'll hear just what you have to say, but if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself. Finest. Plussing, Feng Zhiro was so peeved that she turned around. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I give Senior Apprentice Sister 100 years of youth. Is Senior Apprentice Sister still satisfied with this explanation? When Feng Zhiro heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded, and what took its place was curiosity. She turned around and curiously asked, What 100 years of youth? Say clearly. Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Zhiro instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, Is what you said true? That whatever beauty retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging? Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent grade beauty retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow. Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now? Where was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her? Feng Zhiro looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs. However, she could not be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance. Feng Zhiro was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Chapter 131. Despondent Sieging Team. Chapter 131. Despondent sieging team somewhere several hundred miles away from Yiyuan and Fengjuro. For spirit condensation realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. D.A.M.N. Fellow. Chong 1, attack its eyes. Chong 2, Chong 3, let's go and hold it back. A youth commanded the other 3 people. Yes, young master. The trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage Tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage Tier 2. The 4 people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following the youth's command, the other 3 people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one ent. One tie. Chong 1 leaped and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw, wanting to grab at Chong 1. How could the other 3 give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were 3 middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chong 1 grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized the demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the 4 people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. Roar! The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the 4 people frenziedly. Be careful! This is its death throes. Don't fight it head-on. Let's H-I-T and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer. The youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these 3 people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The 4 people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the 4 slumped on the ground, panting nonstop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. D.A.M.N. it. Being delayed by this demonic beast. We are getting further away from Yiyuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Su Yishan, who was planning to kill off Yiyuan during the endless trials, while the other 3 were the Su family's retainers, the Chong Trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yiyuan then. But who would have thought that Yiyuan and Feng Jiro walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously sing them along the way. This demonic beast just now was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually, Chong 1 said. Su Yishan was aware of Chong 1's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yiyuan also walked through here. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Chong 1 said uncertainly. Even with Chong 1's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck? Isn't their luck way too good? We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle, while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Su Yishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the two of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, body had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-ranked tier 2 demonic beasts' territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin, even if they didn't die. Chang-won also felt very depressed. That's right. Don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all? At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them. Su Yishan said with fervent hatred. Initially, he thought that killing Yi Yuan in the endless forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got. Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yi Yuan and co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the endless forest was the best, as well as the final chance to eliminate Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan left the endless forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Chang-won also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. They must kill Yi Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yi Yuan's threat to the Su family was. Chang-won sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Su Yishan. Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Chang-won suggested. Hearing this, Su Yishan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, "What you said is right. Share your idea." Chang-won reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. "Look here, young master." Ever since they entered the endless forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep. It must be within an area of 1,000 miles. Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where is the place they are most likely to go to? Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan blurted out. Chang-won's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. SII. Is Yi Yuan insane? To actually go to such a dangerous place, like Crimson Summit Ridge. Su Yishan sucked in a cold breath. Chang-won shook his head and said, "Based on common sense, him going to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-rank demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability. And according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his." Chang-won's lysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth. Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Chang-won naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like lure was noticed. Su Yishan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Chang-won, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to see Yi Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated. Very clearly, Chang-won's lysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Su Yishan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him, but he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what. And this reason was exactly lure. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. Chapter 132, swaggering in. Then, what do you say we do now, Chong-won? Su Yishan actually sought for Chong-won's opinion. Chong-won also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Su Yishan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them. But today he actually sought out his opinion. It looked like Su Yishan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Su Yishan was worthy of being the Su family successor. Chong-won no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts. Regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb. We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadowbug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beasts' territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it. Su Yishan ruminated for some time and felt that what Chong-won said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, the time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have the direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beasts' territories might even be slightly faster. Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first, and then set off. Su Yishan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Zhiro. The pair swallowed another breath, concealing pill each, and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you? You're actually already this powerful. Feng Zhiro was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Zhiro feel relieved. So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll? Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Zhiro knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much. Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Being at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiro felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiro would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. You're really full of tricks. Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiro felt REA's assured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother, I, to be lacking in strength? If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me." After pondering, Feng Zhiro thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. "Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as HELL. You didn't even die when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in." Yi Yuan laughed, but did not reply. What Feng Zhiro said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the 9 Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now he was standing here, perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now. Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observed the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge. It was fine if they did not look. But one look and Feng Zhiro freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring. They walked around in groups of 2s and 3s, appearing as if they were patrolling. These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprised as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts, and their hierarchy is very strict, namely ape soldier, ape general, and ape king. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trace sire, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiro asked in bewilderment, "No way? Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?" Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, they two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called ape soldier, ape general, and ape king of the long-armed stone apes, respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the ape generals and ape king. Just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by plussing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiro and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiro flew into a rage again. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, "Why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things, and not just think about running or charging about recklessly, understood?" "You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it, and hang on." "Well done, Yi Yuan. Are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts?" Feng Zhiro reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission, only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive, all right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself. Why?" "Humph! Don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back." Feng Zhiro snorted icily. Facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, the proud senior apprentice, sister, Feng, finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bare, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. "Haha! Many thanks for senior apprentice, sister, your excellency's grace." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Enough CRAP. What method do you have to enter? Quickly say it." Feng Zhiro pent up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How to enter? Of course, it's by swaggering in." Chapter 133. Knowledge is Power. Chapter 133. Knowledge is Power. Swaggering in? Did your brain short-circuit? There are so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiro stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself, all right? I already said just now, you got to use your brain before doing things. Yi Yuan gave another emotional sigh. You. Feng Zhiro's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless. But don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts, this time one by one, and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities, and we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark, and we'll just swagger in. Yi Yuan explained. This also works. Feng Zhiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Body even dared to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we be, you, and pee into the Ape King? Feng Zhiro inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge. Just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiro felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yi Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiro was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit, not knowing why she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be C-O-C-K-Y? A moonless, dark night. The faint breeze made the leaves rustle as 2 figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong, even though they did not have the same range as daytime, nor was it as clear. Seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that essence energy had towards martial artists' bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Zhiro and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soul GRA? Feng Zhiro suddenly transmitted her voice and asked, The summit? Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What, the summit? There's a very high chance for that Ape King to be at the summit. Feng Zhiro nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soul GRA? Please use your brain, all right? Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Zhiro still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain. This place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called Crimson Xiang soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soul, GRA. SS. However, the quant. 1. Tie of Crimson Xiang soil on this crimson summit ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soul GRA. S. We must go to the summit. Feng Zhiro did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him with such broad and profound knowledge dared to barge into this crimson summit ridge with essence Qi realm cultivation. Right? What if we be, you, MP into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Zhiro, who was subdued by Yi Yuan, suddenly had her momentum weakened considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair. No need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way. I promised Andi to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Zhiro was very resolute on the matter. Haha. Then thank you so much, Senior Apprentice Sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty, like Senior Apprentice Sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Feng Zhiro suddenly felt like she was duped, but the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, Enough CR, AP, quickly go! Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumble their way to the summit with scares, but without danger. The summit was an open S.P.A.C. The long-armed stone apes already cleared it out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few Tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on the summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Zhiro asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice. See that small hill in the distance? There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest Crimson Xiang soil is on that small hill. The Crimson Soul GRA. S should be there. Ah, is I ascent that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape. Feng Zhiro said worriedly. It's indeed quite dangerous. But I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the Crimson Soul GRA. Luar definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Zhiro was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man. There really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous, but when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then what should we do? Feng Zhiro kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the Crimson Soul GRA. Yi Yuan observed for a while and then said, Have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill? Feng Zhiro looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind the small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yi Yuan said. See, can this work? We have to pass by that cave if we're climbing from the cliff. I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yi Yuan made up his mind. Feng Zhiro gritted her teeth and said, Okay. Later, you go and find the Crimson Soul GRA. I'll keep a lookout for you. Chapter 134. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Chapter 134. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro avoided the night-patrolling long-armed stone apes and circled around to the cliff area. This cliff was virtually perpendicular to the ground. The distance from the top of the cliff to the place she and Yi Yuan were standing at was a full 1,000 feet tall. Yi Yuan, this cliff is so high. Can you make it? Feng Zhiro asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. Scaling heights was completely different from using movement techniques on the flat ground. When one was ascending heights, they had to shake off the gravity from the earth. Using movement techniques had a huge burden on martial artists. After all, even if it were crystal formation realm martial artists, they also could not soar in the skies. Spirit condensation realm martial artists still had the advantage, but it was practically impossible for essence chi realm martial artists to scale 1,000 feet cliff. Firstly, the essence energy of essence chi realm martial artists could not bear the consumption of 1,000 feet distance. Secondly, Tier 1 movement techniques were insufficient to support martial artists to scale 1,000 feet. What do you mean, can you make it? Take away that question mark. Of course I can, Yi Yuan said without any care. But the top of the cliff is a full 1,000 feet away from us here. Isn't it just 1,000 feet? You go first, senior apprentice sister. I'll follow. We're already here. I can't keep dragging senior apprentice sister down. Yi Yuan smiled and said. No matter how Yi Yuan said it, it sounded like he was going beyond his means in order to look impressive. If he were to climb halfway and fall because his essence energy was unable to support him, that would not be fun. This cliff was a full 1,000 feet away from the ground. One misstep and his life would be guaranteed gone. There's really no problem, Feng Zhiro asked suspiciously. Of course there's no problem. When have I disappointed senior apprentice, sister before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Zhiro thought about it. It seemed like Yi Yuan was really a freak, and it appeared like there had never been anything he could not do before. Perhaps he could really make it? Fine, then I'll make a move first. Feng Zhiro nodded, and she tiptoed lightly, bounding on the cliff. Feng Zhiro's body was light as a swallow. The sheer precipice, which appeared to be beyond reach, was akin to walking on flat ground to her. Her movement technique was the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, spiritual swallow dance. It was originally famed for its light, graceful movement and speed. It was very suited to be used to scale this cliff, only to see that she either tiptoed or lightly tapped occasionally with her sword scabbard on the cliff. Her entire person shot up the cliff with extreme speed, and in a blink of an eye, she crossed over 200 feet in distance. However, the higher Feng Zhiro climbed, the further her heart fell, because she could not sense Yi Yuan's presence. Feng Zhiro could not sense a single bit of sound from below her. Did Yi Yuan not move yet, or did he fall down already? Feng Zhiro really wanted to tilt her head down to see if Yi Yuan was there or not, but climbing the cliff was also not a relaxed matter for her. How could she have spare energy to bend down and look for Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan still had not moved yet, could it be that he was intentionally playing with her? Impossible. There was no way that Yi Yuan would be so bored to that extent. Did he fall down already? But without even making any sound. The more her imaginations ran wild, the more anxious Feng Zhiro got. The actions of her movement technique also became somewhat erratic. Skid. While Feng Zhiro was restless, her feet slipped and did not give support. In a blink, Feng Zhiro's figure fell sharply. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Just then, Feng Zhiro suddenly received Yi Yuan's voice transmission. It turned out that Yi Yuan was actually following closely behind her all along. But right now, Feng Zhiro already had nowhere to borrow strength from, unless she used her sword to stab into the cliff. But that way, the impact of the sword and the cliff would surely give off an ear-piercing sound. The whole mountain full of long-armed stone apes would be alarmed. Even if they could ascend the cliff, they would also be unable to escape death. Hence, in an instant, Feng Zhiro gave up on saving herself and allowed herself to plummet down the cliff. She decided to take a look at Yi Yuan before dying. After she died, there probably would not be anyone constantly bickering with him anymore, right? However, she did not manage to see Yi Yuan because when she had just slid down around 20 feet or so, she felt a palm lightly supporting from beneath her feet. It was this support which allowed her body to go back on the right track once again. Senior apprentice sister, you go up first. I'll follow right after. Practically at the same time, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice over. Feng Zhiro knew that this was Yi Yuan saving her. But, having suffered such an impact, could Yi Yuan still survive? She could even hear the sound of the windrush. H.I. plussing as Yi Yuan descended sharply. Not knowing why, Feng Zhiro had an impulse to cry currently. Yet, she knew that she could not waste this chance Yi Yuan risked his life to exchange. Hence, her toes tapped downward, using the momentum to execute the spiritual swallow dance, and headed up the cliff speedily. Feng Zhiro forcefully chased away all the thoughts in her head and focused her mind on climbing the cliff. To the Feng Zhiro who discarded her distracting thoughts, scaling this 1,000-feet precipice was not a tough matter. Before long, Feng Zhiro saw the top of the cliff. Her toe tapped on the cliff one last time, and her entire person flew up the cliff like a swallow. But at this moment, Feng Zhiro did not have the slightest joy from conquering the cliff. She slumped on the ground, her heart feeling like a knife was twisting in. Feng Zhiro, it's all your fault. You caused Yi Yuan to die. Sniff, sniff. Feng Zhiro sobbed lightly but did not dare to make any sound. She used her hands to cover her mouth as she just convulsed there. Tears cascaded down from the corner of her eyes and drifted down the cliff along with the wind. Feng Zhiro, the one who should have died was you. Why you are still alive now, but Yi Yuan's dead? Feng Zhiro, why couldn't you have been nicer to Yi Yuan normally? He clearly helped you out a lot. But why can't you swallow your pride to say thanks? Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. Feng Zhiro kept on blaming herself in her heart, but she knew that Yi Yuan would never hear it. Although Yi Yuan's voice transmitted earlier that he would follow right after, Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan definitely only said that to console her. Under the impact of her plummeting down the cliff, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of survival. Even with her 4th-level spirit condensation realm strength and high-grade tier 2 movement technique, it was also impossible to survive under those conditions, much less Yi Yuan was only still at the 9th-level essence chi realm. Feng Zhiro knew that Yi Yuan's instant flash was already trained to an extremely profound level, but that was still a tier 1 movement technique after all. How was it possible to negate such a large impact power? I'm sorry, Yi Yuan. I won't die. I'm going to finish your dying Wisconsin H. Plus, I'm going to find the Crimson Soul, GRA, S, and other herbs. I'll return to the state of Qin and request for Lord Wu Daofeng to help Lu refine the Essence Yang pill. If Lord Wu Daofeng can't refine it, then I'll go outside to look for even more amazing alchemists. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way to let Lu survive. Feng Zhiro silently swore. Finus. H.I. plussing. Feng Zhiro forcefully roused her spirit and stood up, preparing to seek out the Crimson Soul, GRA. S. Feng Zhiro looked at the pitch-black cliff, and her tears started flowing once again uncontrollably. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Saying this in her heart, Feng Zhiro turned around and prepared to leave. But right then, Feng Zhiro suddenly heard windrush. H.I. plussing sounds coming from below the cliff. It seemed there was something moving. Chapter 135. Discovered. Chapter 135. Discovered. No way. How's this possible? Could it be a hallucination? Feng Zhiro felt that she just heard an indistinct sound. It should be a hallucination because the probability of Yi Yuan surviving was really not great. But if it's a hallucination, why is the sound getting louder? Could it be? Just as Feng Zhiro was completely dazed, a figure darted up from the pitch-black cliff. Seeing the figure, Feng Zhiro was stunned there as tears burst forth from her eyes. Great, he's fine. He's really fine. Feng Zhiro shouted in her heart. Senior apprentice sister, Yi Yuan only voice transmitted a few words before noticing a light blue maw. S pouncing on him and hugging him. That faint fragrance wafted into his nose, involuntarily shaking up Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan, you're really all right. Excellent. It's really great. Feng Zhiro transmitted as her tears flowed silently. This feeling of holding a beauty in one's embrace was truly something that all men desired. However, this was not the time to be immersed in affection. They had to quickly look for the crimson soul, GRA. Feng Zhiro clearly also noticed her discomposure and hastily released Yi Yuan. She wiped the tears from the corner of her ears and said, You. Don't misunderstood. I just thought that you died because of saving me. That's why I was like that. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately broke into a smile. What happened just now? Why can't I remember anything? Senior apprentice sister, I'm exhausted. Let's recuperate for a while and then go find the crimson soul GRA. SSN. Yi Yuan's condition at the moment was not good. His essence energy was virtually depleted completely. If not for the fact the thickness of his essence energy greatly surpa. Said those of the same rank, most likely he would have burned out and died. The expenditure of the duo was not minor. They each consumed a medicinal pill and adjusted for some time before recovering some strength. Senior apprentice sister, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and look for the crimson soul, GRA. And let's go. Finus. Plussing, the pair descended side by side. Along the way, Feng Zhiro was relatively silent, significantly different from usual. Yi Yuan, you. How did you come up? I didn't mean that. It was still Feng Zhiro who broke the silence first. She simply could not suppress her curiosity, except that her attitude when asking the question was completely different from usual, rather like a little wife instead. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was still feeling awkward, so he smiled lightly and said, I know that senior apprentice sister didn't mean that, but I'm rather surprised. How come senior apprentice sister fumbled? Feng Zhiro's face turned red as she said with embarrass. Meant, actually, I thought that you couldn't keep up, so. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing Feng Zhiro say that. So she actually caused such a blunder because she was worried about him. Initially, he found it weird too. With Feng Zhiro's base, it should have been impossible to make such a mistake. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His bad impression towards Feng Zhiro in the past also pretty much dissipated. Her. So senior apprentice sister thought I fell down. Senior apprentice sister looked down on me too much. That's not my intention. It's just. And why didn't senior apprentice sister think about it? My master is so amazing. How could it be possible to not leave behind some impressive movement techniques for me? When I was battling with Lin Tiancheng, I could already sense that instant flash was lacking. After breaking through to the 9th level essence chi realm, my essence energy is barely enough to cultivate tier 2 martial arts already. I naturally have to supplement this weak point, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiro was suddenly enlightened. So that's the case. I've never seen you use other movement techniques before, hence. And I understand. Thanks, senior apprentice sister. This thanks came sincerely from Yi Yuan. Although Feng Zhiro's blunder gave Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble, and even nearly cost him his life, It arose from concern towards him. In reality, the new movement technique Yi Yuan cultivated was not a Tier 2 movement martial technique. Yi Yuan really did not possess such a low-grade movement martial technique. However, his essence energy was barely enough to reach the level to cultivate Tier 2 martial techniques. Yi Yuan naturally had to compensate for his lacking movement technique. The name of the movement technique he cultivated was called Spirit Void Shattering SPAC. This movement technique did not have a specific tier because it could be cultivated continuously in later realms. At the Spirit Condensation realm, one could cultivate the first level of the Spirit Void Shattering SPAC. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already not beneath half-step Spirit Condensation realm, although barely enough to reach this threshold. Although the skill that Yi Yuan selected so prudently was only at the first level, its might was extremely formidable. Even though it was just entry stage, it was no problem for Yi Yuan to keep up with Feng Zhiro. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan had been maintaining the same pace as Feng Zhiro just now, not too fast nor too slow. Hence, Feng Zhiro could not detect his presence. Except Yi Yuan did not expect Feng Zhiro to actually misunderstand because of this and nearly slipped up and fell down the cliff. The pair avoided that cave from far away and searched for traces of the Crimson Soul GRAS from top to bottom. Due to the fact that the range of sight was very limited at night, the pair searched very meticulously. But after searching for a long time, they still did not find a trace of the Crimson Soul GRAS. The two spent close to 2 hours and virtually searched through the entire hill, but they still did not find the Crimson Soul GRAS. Yi Yuan, do you think the Crimson Soul GRAS is? Feng Zhiro transmitted her voice as she looked towards that cave. Presently, only the area where the cave was located had not been searched. If this hilltop had Crimson Soul GRAS, yes, it could only be there. And currently dawn was about to break. If they still could not find the Crimson Soul GRAS, the two would be in danger. Yi Yuan sighed and said, 80% chance it's in that region. Looks like we still have to go over there eventually. Wait for me here, senior apprentice sister. I'll be back soon. How could Feng Zhiro comply? She stubbornly said, no way. If you want to go, we'll go together. I promised Andi to protect you. How can I let you take the risk alone? Yi Yuan could not persuade her, so he could only say, fine then. But once there's any situation, immediately run. Feng Zhiro nodded and slowly combed their way over to the cave's vicinity. As the pair gradually got closer to the cave, they felt a powerful aura undulating from inside the cave. Quickly look, Yi Yuan. Isn't that the Crimson Soul GRAS? Feng Zhiro suddenly discovered something and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan as she transmitted. Yi Yuan looked over to where Feng Zhiro was pointing at, and, as expected, he saw several stalks of crimson-colored, serrated-edged tiny GRAS. If that was not Crimson Soul GRAS, that what was? After going through many hards, HI plus PS and finding the Crimson Soul GRAS, even Yi Yuan with his heart like still water was quite excited right now. Even though he prepared so many items painstakingly for the Crimson Summit Ridge, he also undertook extremely huge risk. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was merely but an essence Qi realm martial artist. There was naturally no need to mention the risks he braved when facing pairs of Tier 2 demonic beasts and even Tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Feng Zhiro, I'll go and retrieve those stalks of Crimson Soul GRAS. After I'm done, we'll leave this place at maximum speed. Finus. HI plussing. Yi Yuan fully executed his first level Spirit Void Shattering SPAC, turning into an afterimage flickering towards the Crimson Soul GRAS. Howl! Howl! Just then, several ape cries sounded. Yi Yuan's and Feng Jiro's complexion changed drastically at the same time. Chapter 136. Enigmatic Man. Chapter 136. Enigmatic Man. Following several ape howls, a feeling of extreme danger surged up in Yi Yuan's heart. This feeling of danger made Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. He knew that if he were to take another step forward, he would definitely invoke a calamity. The next instant, Yi Yuan explosively retreated even faster than when he came. Go, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chose to retreat without any hesitation. That was a Tier 3 demonic beast. It could eradicate the two of them with just a single strike. Feng Jiro evidently also sensed that something was not right. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's warning, she displayed her spirit swallow dance and rushed down the mountain with a stone ease. Plussing speed. Feng Jiro and Yi Yuan, one in front and the other behind, sprinted down the mountain frenziedly. Nevertheless, this process only lasted several breaths of time before the two figures stopped abruptly. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan yelled out anxiously. Virtually the same instant Yi Yuan yelled, a white figure taller than a person shot out from diagonally, and actually reached first, even though it moved later, and caught up to Feng Jiro in a flash. Plus facing this aura, which was powerful to the extreme, Feng Jiro's complexion turned pale. How could she be bothered to resist? She instantly retreated, explosively. However, when compared to that white figure, Feng Jiro's speed was too slow. In a blur, Feng Jiro saw a colossal ape paw slapping down towards herself. Panicking, Feng Jiro raised her hand to randomly strike with her sword and then shut her eyes in fright. This Tier 3 demonic beast was too strong. It was simply not what she could stand up to. It's over. This was Feng Jiro's final thought. Swizz. Plus 9 streaks of sword beams brushed past Feng Jiro and attacked from the sides. They converged from different locations and attacked the lower abdomen of that long-armed stone ape. Yi Yuan unleashed the 9 sword stance straight away. It was different from the previous time's disorderly attack. This time, the 9 streaks of sword beams finally converged together. Yi Yuan's control over the sword beams once again advanced to another level. This was also Yi Yuan's supernormal performance in a moment of desperation. If he really unleashed the sword another time, he might not be able to do it. The 9 afterimages of the 9 sword stance were not phantoms, but corporeal bodies. This first stance of the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art was Yi Yuan gathering the forces of the 2 types of sword intent and evolved further from the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword's extreme speed movements. Every single attack was released personally by him, except that instantaneous speed was too swift, so it looked as if it was released from 9 different locations. 9 swords merged into one. The attack power would naturally be incomparably formidable, but this should be insufficient to injure the Tier 3 Ape King. However, that Ape King actually chose to evade the sword beams. With a swoosh, after the 9 streaks of sword beams merged, it followed the original path it flew over from and vanished by fading into the world. It took time to describe, but all of these actually just happened in a flash. From Yi Yuan's explosive retreat to the duo's frenzied flight, and to the Ape King attacking Feng Jiro, and then to Yi Yuan rescuing Feng Jiro by besieging the Ape King, it was all but a few short breaths of time. At this time, that Ape King stood several dozen feet away from Feng Jiro. Yi Yuan similarly stood several dozen feet away from Feng Jiro, while Feng Jiro had her eyes shut waiting for the Ape King's paw to strike down. The 2 humans and 1 beast actually entered a stalemate. What happened? Why, Yi Yuan, did you save me? Feng Jiro recovered from her surprise and stared at Yi Yuan as she asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan did not bother with her and kept staring at the Ape King in the distance. Tier 3 Ape King was too terrifying. It could virtually instant kill the 2 of them. Just now, Yi Yuan could save Feng Zhiro because of special conditions which allowed him to complete an impossible task. The Ape King felt that Feng Zhiro's strength was slightly stronger and had more threat, so it chose to do a surprise attack on her right away. And Yi Yuan happened to be some distance away from Feng Zhiro. The Ape King could not possibly attack the two of them at the same time, which gave Yi Yuan the opportunity to launch an attack unhurriedly. The reason why the Ape King chose to keep a distance was because the place Yi Yuan attacked was precisely the weak point of the long-armed stone apes. Yi Yuan's attack this time was accurate to the extreme. If the Ape King forcefully took this stance head-on, it would probably already be heavily injured right now. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's cultivation, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be impossible to cause major injuries to the Ape King. But in reality, if the Ape King attacked at the risk of getting injured, Feng Zhiro would already be an ice-cold corpse now. As for why Yi Yuan's surprise attack worked, it was because the Ape King overly underestimated the two of them. That led to it revealing its weak point. If the Ape King attacked once more, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro would die without question. Hence, Yi Yuan did not dare to let down his guard this whole time and firmly locked his attention onto the Ape King. That Ape King clearly also did not think that a puny little Essence Chi realm martial artist would actually be even more threatening than that 4th-level spirit condensation realm woman. After one attack, the Ape King spontaneously sized up Yi Yuan. The ape stared at Yi Yuan without showing any signs of its emotion. Seeing Yi Yuan ignore her, Feng Zhiro also did not dare to act rashly at this time. She was stuck between the two of them, feeling completely awkward. However, no matter how foolish she was, she also knew that her life was picked up just now. No matter how she thought, she never imagined that Yi Yuan, an Essence Chi realm martial artist, could actually threaten the Crystal Formation realm Ape King. This was too inconceivable. Just now, she was somewhat fluid tiered and did not form an effective attack. But even if she gave it her all, the result would still be being smacked to death from a single slap by the Ape King. She was all too clear on this point. In that instant, the might of the Ape King had smothered her. But Yi Yuan could actually save her from under the Ape King's hands. Just several breaths of time, but Feng Zhiro felt like as long as several years had passed. Her forehead exuded fine sweat beads. Each breath from the Ape King made her feel deeply uneasy. Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan's appearance as if he was facing a formidable enemy and understood that the scenario earlier was probably very unlikely to reenact. But what should she do? Just as Feng Zhiro was lost in her imaginations, the Ape King made a move once again, but Yi Yuan did not move. Just as the Ape King moved, a series of gibberish sounds came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Zhiro completely could not understand what he was talking about. What was Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he wanted to communicate with the Ape King? But how could the Ape King understand Yi Yuan's words? As the state of Qin's princess, Feng Zhiro could be counted as being experienced and knowledgeable. However, she had never heard of humans being able to communicate with demonic beasts. There were too many species of demonic beasts, so many that it was uncountable. The language used by each species of demonic beasts was not the same. How could humans grasp it? However, at this important juncture of life and death, would Yi Yuan do this sort of futile actions? Feng Zhiro's eyes involuntarily turned to the Ape King and could not help widening her eyes. The Ape King, who was already prepared to unleash its attack, really stopped its actions. This was simply too miraculous. A human could actually communicate with demonic beasts. Feng Zhiro discovered that the more she interacted with Yi Yuan, the more she felt that there were increasingly more mysteries to Yi Yuan. Was Yi Yuan, who was just 15 years old, really taught by that so-called master of his? Such an enigmatic man. Chapter 137, Demon Crystal Pill. Chapter 137, Demon Crystal Pill. Seeing the Ape King cease its movement, Yi Yuan also let out a huge sigh of relief. His entire body was feeling like collapsing. Although he had forcefully pretended to be composed the whole time, the pressure from the aura of a Tier 3 demonic beast was no joke. This Ape King was not those sort of half-baked, half-step crystal formation realm like Su Yubai, but a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast, an existence equivalent to a human crystal formation realm. No matter how monstrous Yuan was, it was impossible to cross 2 major realms and defeat his opponent. It was already very heaven-defying for an Essence Chi realm martial artist attack to be able to threaten a Tier 3 demonic beast. His gibberish just now was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. If even this trump card had no effect, then he would really die here. But luckily, those words from Yi Yuan was not playing the lute to an ape. This Ape King really understood. What Yi Yuan said was the universal beast language. It was the demon race's universal language, collectively set by the divine realm demon race powerhouses countless years ago. The goal was to allow communication among the demon race. There were countless races in the demon race. None of the individual races could be on par with the human race. To allow the demon race to be able to ally together to resist the human race, the demon race powerhouses in ancient times collectively set down a series of measures. And this universal beast language was one of them. After countless generations, Pa-S said the universal beast language already became the inherited memories of each race. Pa-S, sing down from generation to generation. If this Ape King did not awaken its inherited memories, then Yi Yuan would really be playing the lute to an ape. The Stone Ape clan had once birthed an extremely heaven-defying existence, equals Heaven Saint Ape. That was a deity realm expert. Even though it was Pa-S, said down through the generations, the endless world Stone Ape bloodline had already become very thin. But awakening a portion of inherited memories was still doable. It would be very tough for ordinary ape soldiers and ape generals to awaken their inherited memories, but there was still the likelihood of this Ape King awakening them. What Yi Yuan said earlier was, "Senior Ape King, wait a moment." The Ape King was clearly very surprised. A human actually knew the universal beast language. The Ape King discovered that this human youth seemed to be extraordinary. Not only was he extremely strong, he even knew the universal beast language. Even he himself only learned the universal beast language after awakening his inherited memories. The Ape King also started using the universal beast language to communicate with Yi Yuan. "Brat, the two of you trace S, said my territory and stole the crimson Soul GRA. SS, how do you plan to plead?" Since this Ape King was willing to talk, Yi Yuan was not too worried. He gave a bow towards the Ape King and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Ape King. This junior came to seek out the crimson Soul GRA. S because I really have no other alternatives. This junior has a close friend who possesses the 9 absolute meridians. Now, seeing as the frost poison is about to erupt, she desperately needs the crimson Soul GRA. S to save her life. I hope that Senior Ape King can be generous. What has it got to do with me if your friend is in trouble? I also have great use for these crimson Soul GRA. SS, how can I give it to you so easily? Ignoring this point, just the fact that you barged into my territory, you can forget about leaving today." The Ape King was not some living bodhisattva. It obviously could not be bothered with a stranger's life or death. If not for the fact it found Yi Yuan rather interesting, it would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Why would it talk so much C-R-A-P with him? After the Ape King fineness, H-I, plussing talking it held a few times. Immediately, a bunch of long-armed stone apes surrounded them. They were shockingly all late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts. Feng Zhiro was alarmed after seeing the situation and hurriedly scooted over to Yi Yuan's side. Just an Ape King could already take their lives. What could they do with so many late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts surrounding them? Yi Yuan, you can really talk with that ape king? Feng Zhiro said softly. Yi Yuan nodded. Luckily, the ape king awakened its inherited memories and learned the universal beast language. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure. Back then, when Master taught me the universal beast language, I objected to it. I didn't think that it would really be put to good use. Yi Yuan also knew that communicating with demonic beasts was incredibly shocking, so he just pushed this responsibility onto his master. Feng Zhiro looked at the enclosing long-armed stone apes and smiled bitterly. In this current situation, we're still dead for sure. Yi Yuan smiled and then said, that might not be the case. If the Ape King had not awakened its inherited memories, then nothing can be discussed. But since he awakened it, not only do we not have to die, we might even be able to take the Crimson Soul, GRA, and leave. Stop joking. You just said a whole bunch to it just now, but not only did its ATTI not turn for the better, it even summoned such a large group of late-stage tier 2 demonic beasts over. How can it let us leave alive? Feng Zhiro said dejectedly. Indeed, being walled in by a large group of late-stage tier 2 long-armed stone apes. The pressure they faced was not much lesser than facing the Ape King. Luckily, these tier 2 long-armed stone apes did not receive the order to attack. Or else, the 2 of them would probably be meat paste by now. Haha, just watch me. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, the 2 of you chattering over there, ready to die yet? You humans hunt down us demon race every day. Now we'll also let you experience the taste of being hunted, the Ape King said and grunted coldly. Although he said it very savagely, it did not order those ape generals to attack. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and said to the Ape King with a smile, Senior Ape King won't kill me. What a joke. Why won't I kill you? Just because you know the universal beast language? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much, brat? Her, Senior Ape King said wrongly. It's not me who's overrating myself, but you who are underestimating me. At this stage, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pretend to be subservient anymore. He might as well show off a fearless appearance. How could it be that he, an exalted alchemy emperor, could not even handle a tier 3 demonic beast? The Ape King involuntarily burst into laughter when it heard Yi Yuan's words, except that a stone ape laughing so boisterously made one's hair stand on its ends. Brat, you're really a newborn calf who isn't scared of the tiger. Looking at your bone age, you're at most 15 to 16 years old. Such a young age. How do you expect me to attach importance to you? Yi Yuan simply chuckled and did not have any intentions of refuting. He just lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth. Demon. Crystal. Pill. The face of the Ape King, who was originally still laughing its head off, suddenly changed. A pair of enormous ape eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. That manner looked as if it wanted to eat Yi Yuan. Brat, your family's elders know how to refine the demon crystal pill. The Ape King enunciated each word carefully. It was enough to tell from its ATTI just how important this demon crystal pill was to it. Although Feng Zhiro did not know what they were talking about, from the Ape King's condition that Yi Yuan had successfully hooked the Ape Kings up at 1E, so she could not help looking forward to it. The Ape King was entirely certain that Yi Yuan would nod his head and acknowledge. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said nope? The Ape King instantly flew into a rage when he heard that. Brat, you dare to make a fool out of this king. Do you believe that this king will swallow you alive? Yi Yuan laughed and said, after swallowing me, you'll probably also stop at the initial stage tier 3 your entire life. No matter how many more Crimson Soul GRAS you eat, it will be futile. Yi Yuan stood in front of the Ape King with his hands behind his back without the slightest trace of fear. Chapter 138, Ignorant Ape. Chapter 138, Ignorant Ape. Such an audacious tone. You, an Essence Chi realm brat. actually dares to talk wildly about this king's limits? The Ape King sneered. Yi Yuan did not mind the Ape King's attitude. He already knew that the Ape King was already interested. Otherwise, with him strutting around so arrogantly in front of the Ape King, it would have slapped him to death with one palm long ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm afraid that Senior Ape King is much clearer on where your own limits are than I am. Senior Ape King knows yourself whether or not what I said was right. If you feel like I'm bragging, you can completely kill me right now. Either way, it's just a matter of lifting your hands for you. Now that Yi Yuan said that, the Ape King went silent instead. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Ape King itself knew best just where its limits were. Without some fortuitous lucky encounter, it would be very hard to break through to the middle stage tier 3 in its lifetime. Demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same rank and also had a much greater lifespan than the latter. This was where their strengths were. Nevertheless, when compared to humans, the limitations were also very huge. Their intelligence was very low, and their cultivation mostly relied on instincts. Hence, progress was very slow, and the difficulty of them breaking through realms was also much harder than humans. To human crystal formation realm martial artists, each breakthrough in a minor realm was tremendously tough. But to demonic beasts, the difficulty of breaking through a stage was even greater. The Ape King's current strength was roughly around a human 3rd level crystal formation realm. The difficulty was already very huge for human martial artists to cross this small step. To the Ape King, it was naturally doubly difficult. Hence, while Yi Yuan's words might sound wildly conceited, it was truthfully not a false statement just to raise alarm. The Ape King was naturally crystal clear on this point, and the Demon Crystal Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid Tier 3 demonic beasts to break through a minor realm. The Ape King had awakened a part of its inherited memories, and within this portion of inherited memories, there was the description of the Demon Crystal Pill. It was just that even if the Ape King knew about the Demon Crystal Pill, it was impossible to refine it. While refining medicinal pill was not a right that was exclusive to humans, human alchemists were way more powerful than the demon races. Furthermore, it was simply impossible for these sort of low-tier demonic beasts like the Ape King to refine medicinal pill. What they could do was only to beg human alchemists to help them refine. But how many human alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine the Demon Crystal Pill? Even if they knew how to refine the Demon Crystal Pill, how many were able to communicate with the Ape King? If the two parties encountered each other, it would already be pretty good if they did not have a life and death struggle. One had to know that the inner core of the Ape King was also a pretty decent alchemy ingredient. Brat, your family's elders don't know how to refine it, but you mentioned the Demon Crystal Pill to this king. Isn't this messing with me? If you don't give me a justifiable explanation, you can forget about leaving here alive. While the Ape King's words were callous, there still existed a trace of expectation. Or else, how could he talk so nicely with Yi Yuan here? Yi Yuan grinned and said, I already said just now that Senior Ape King is looking down on me. I only said that my family's elders don't know how to refine it, but I didn't say that I don't know how to refine it. The Ape King started to suspect that it heard wrongly. You, an Essence Chi realm brat, refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill? This king might not be knowledgeable about alchemy, but I also won't make such a naive mistake and fall for your trick. You've been going in circles for half the day. Aren't you just hoping that I would let the two of you go? But since you have the guts to play tricks on this king, then forget about leaving. The Ape King's patience had clearly already reached its limits. It waved its paw and prepared to let those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes attack Yi Yuan jointly. Feng Zhiro jumped in fright when she saw the situation. She knew that Yi Yuan and the Ape King's talk had fallen apart, and immediately raised her sword to prepare to face the enemies. However, Yi Yuan pressed on her sword and looked at the Ape King unhurriedly, saying, Senior Ape King don't know alchemy. But do you know the grading among human alchemists? Of course I know it. But don't you dare tell me that you, an Essence Chi realm martial artist, is an alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan took off the alchemist badge on his chest and tossed it over to the Ape King, saying, "This badge is issued by the Alchemy Association to alchemists. There's my personal information inside it. Senior Ape King, just have to insert essence energy into the badge, and you'll naturally understand." Though the Ape King did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the demon crystal pill, it felt that he also could not play any tricks, so it inserted a wisp of essence energy into the badge, and Yi Yuan's information instantly surfaced inside his mind. Low-rank alchemy master? Essence Chi realm low-rank alchemy master? The Ape King looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. The Ape King was an old demon who had lived for several hundred years. It still knew a little about the grading among human alchemists. Under normal circumstances, the alchemist grade corresponded with the martial artist's strength. Rarely would there appear essence Chi realm alchemy masters or spirit condensation realm alchemy grandmasters. One could tell from this that this youth's alchemy standards were rather high. No wonder he dared to be so rampant. But so what? You're just an alchemy master, and even a low-rank alchemy master who just pass, said the Alchemist Association's test not long ago. Don't tell me that you can refine the demon crystal pill now. Ape King threw the badge back to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan caught the badge and pinned it on. He looked at the Ape King and stretched out a finger, saying, 1 year. Within a year, I'll definitely give Senior Ape King a demon crystal pill. 1 year? How's that possible? Brat, don't think that this king is easy to hoodwink. Regardless of how glib your tongue is, you can forget about leaving here today. The Ape King said disdainfully, a low-rank alchemy master refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year. This king might have read very few books, but don't deceive this king. However, Yi Yuan just said with a cold smile, to think that you awakened inherited memories in vain. You're just an ignorant ape. What did you say? Do you believe that this king will kill you immediately? The Ape King could not help exploding in anger after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Isn't it so? What you can't do doesn't mean that others can't. Things that you don't understand don't mean that they don't exist. Back in those days, Senior equals Heaven Sane Ape only used 2 years to go from Tier 1 to Tier 3. How do you know that I can't refine Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? To think that the descendant of Senior equals Heaven Sane Ape, who had the divine realm at his beck and call, would actually be ignorant to such an extent. Lamentable, oh how pitiable. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Brat, you actually dare to compare yourself to equal heaven old ancestor. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Equals heaven old ancestor is a deity realm expert. How can an ant like you compare? The Ape King said furiously. Yi Yuan sneered and said, Are aristocrats born bleer than others? Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape did not grow up in the divine realm, but rose to power in the lower realms. Back then, wasn't there also people who said that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Truthfully telling you, refining the demon crystal pill is but an effortless matter for me. It's just that my current realm is insufficient. That's why I can't refine it. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm within a year is a breeze to me. That's all I have to say. Talking any more won't help. If Senior Ape King doesn't believe my words, then make a move right now. Finus. Plussing. Yi Yuan turned around and really just ignored the Ape King. The Ape King stared at Yi Yuan and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Chapter 139. The Tides Turn. Chapter 139. The Tides Turn. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's words were indeed incomparably rampant. No matter how it sounded, it just seemed like big talk. What kind of existence was the equals Heaven Saint Ape? That was a deity realm existence. In this era where the deity realm was lost, the bright halo of those former deity realm experts appeared to be even more dazzling and legendary. A native of the endless world actually dared to compare himself to equals heaven old ancestor. Just how much dauntless courage was needed. To the stone ape clan, equals heaven old ancestor was a totem-like being, an existence that brooks no blasphemy. This comparison by Yi Yuan truly angered the Ape King. However, what surprised the Ape King was that this original inhabitant of the endless world actually knew about equals heaven old ancestor. If not for having awakened his inherited memories, even he himself did not know about the existence of equals heaven old ancestor. How did this brat know? Not just that, he even knew clearly about equals heaven old ancestors' growing up experiences. That was even stranger. Although this brat might be a little weak, his body was leaking with abnormality, clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation. Yet he could unleash a powerful attack that could threaten spirit condensation realms, clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation. Yet he could become a low-rank alchemy master. Moreover, the data on that badge said that Yi Yuan was only at the 4th level essence chi realm when he said the test. This was simply subverting. The Ape King even knew that human alchemists rarely knew about the existence of the demon crystal pill. But this teenage brat actually knew. All in all, it was so abnormal. If these things were combined, perhaps, this brat could really refine the demon crystal pill. Then, again, it was just a year's time. If Yi Yuan could not refine it, he did not lose much anyway. At most, he would just blow his top and then kill Yi Yuan. But what if Yi Yuan could really refine the demon crystal pill? Then what if Yi Yuan could help him advance to late-stage Tier 3? Could it be that he still had the possibility of breaking through to Tier 4 in this lifetime? Thinking up to here, the Ape King found it hard to calm his emotions down again. The temptation of Tier 4 was utterly irresistible. What was the concept of Tier 4? Even in this endless forest where high-tier demonic beasts were as plentiful as clouds, Tier 4 demonic beasts also counts as a hegemon of a region. The current Ape King was at most occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, who knew how many Tier 3 demonic beasts there were just like him? He was merely one of them. This was a sure win and no losses gamble. Even if the Ape King lost, what he lost was just a year's time anyway. But if he won, then he would obtain an even broader future. A year was completely irrelevant to the Ape King. It could not even increase his strength the least bit. You can really refine the demon crystal pill, the Ape King asked somewhat weakly. Yi Yuan turned his face over and snubbed the Ape King. He knew that his words already took effect. As long as he let the Ape King become conscious of his mysteriousness, he definitely would not lay hands on him. Just a year's time was completely worthless to the Ape King. Yi Yuan could naturally think of what the Ape King desired. Hence, it was the Ape King who was begging him now, and not him beseeching the Ape King anymore. Compared to Tier 4, what did the Crimson Soul, GRASS even matter? Seeing Yi Yuan ignore him, the Ape King could not help feeling awkward. But when he recalled his ATTI, toot towards him just now, the Ape King felt that the ATTI, toot of this person now, did not seem to be improper. On the contrary, the more Yi Yuan behaved so, the more the Ape King felt that he was unfathomable. Only a capable person would posture like this. Feng Zhiro, who was looking at this scene by the side, could not help widening her eyes. This plot reversed too quickly. The Ape King was still in a billowing rage just now, and wanted to smack people to death at the slightest provocation. Why did his ATTI do a 180-degree U-turn after exchanging a few sentences? Feng Zhiro unintentionally looked at Yi Yuan curiously. She really wanted to know what went on between Yi Yuan and the Ape King. However, she knew that now was not the time to interrupt, so she could only press down her curiosity deep in her heart. Feng Zhiro knew that she and Yi Yuan was already safe now. That was enough. Brah. Young man, if you can really refine the demon crystal pill, you can have as much crimson soul GRA. S as you want. The Ape King changed his form of address at the last moment and turned brat into young man. Right now, the only bargaining chip on the Ape King's hands was the crimson soul GRA. S. Yi Yuan was ignoring him, so he could only take that out. Yi Yuan only turned his head back slowly after seeing that the Ape King went to the main point, saying indifferently, "Isn't Senior Ape King bullying people too much by using the Crimson Soul GRA? S to exchange for the Demon Crystal Pill? Crimson Soul GRA. S was only a Tier 2 medicinal herb. Though it might be scarce, it was simply garbage when compared with Tier 3 medicine pills. And this sort of medicinal pill for the consumption of demonic beasts like the Demon Crystal Pill was practically unheard of in the human territories. In the Endless World, alchemists who could refine demonic beast medicinal pills could likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such was the pricelessness of the Demon Crystal Pill. The Ape King also showed slight embarrass. Smelt and said, "Young man, as long as you can really refine out the Demon Crystal Pill, just list your terms." "As long I can do it. I definitely won't say no." Yi Yuan looked at the Ape King and suddenly beamed, smiling until the Ape King felt scared. However, Yi Yuan did not list his terms. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Senior Ape King, I wonder if you have any interest in the Demon Manor Pill?" When the Ape King heard Demon Manor Pill, these 3 words, he involuntarily sucked in a cold breath, and he became battered out of his senses. Where was there still any demeanor of an unparalleled expert? For an ape's face to have such exciting expressions, it was hard on the Ape King. Currently, the Ape King's entire body was trembling. He was clearly agitated to the extreme. Demon. You can actually even refine that. After saying demon for a long time, the Ape King did not complete the 3 words, Demon Manor Pill, and was already so agitated that he was stuttering. Demon Manor Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid demonic beasts to break through to Tier 4. It was Tier 4. Before today, he had never had any extravagant hopes of breaking through to Tier 4. But now, Yi Yuan whetted his appetite. 1. Tea sky high, and actually even brought up the Demon Manor Pill. Was it not wanting a person's life? No, wait, it should be wanting an ape's life. No matter human martial artists or demonic beasts who could withstand the allure of breaking through a major realm. And oh buddy, each major realm was like a heavenly chasm. Those geniuses could cross a heavenly chasm, but might not be able to cross the next one. After crossing the next heavenly chasm, they might not be able to cross the next one. Each major realm was just like a fine sieve, eliminating countless geniuses again and again. Each heavenly chasm could make innumerable geniuses fall in the sand with broken halberds. The Ape King being able to awaken its inherited memories meant that he already counted as a pinnacle genius among the long-armed stone apes. But this heavenly chasm called Tier 4 mercilessly shut the door on his face. Now, did he really have the chance to cross this heavenly chasm? Yi Yuan was very satisfied with the Ape King's response and said smilingly, "Didn't I say just now? Refining pills to me is just a common meal. What I'm lacking now is but cultivation realm." Chapter 140. There's only this one chance. Chapter 140. There's only this one chance. Yi Yuan's manner of speaking clearly seemed like he was boasting. However, the Ape King did not know why, but he felt that what Yi Yuan said was real. Perhaps this feeling originated from the powerful self-confidence coming off of Yi Yuan's body. This sort of feeling was contradictory, yet it was so persuasive. In the end, it was the allure of Tier 4 which trumped all. "State your terms, young man." "I concede," the Ape King said helplessly. After awakening his inherited memories, the Ape King's intellect was no longer inferior to regular humans. He knew that Yi Yuan whetting up his appetite. 1. Ti was definitely not for something as simple as the Crimson Soul GRA. Seeing the Ape King's defeated look, Yi Yuan said calmly, with 10 years as the duration, "Acknowledge me as your master." What? You, a puny little essence Qi realm, actually want me to acknowledge you as my master? The Ape King was enraged when he heard that. On the Crimson Summit Ridge, the Ape King was a paramount existence, regardless of strength or age. He was on an entirely different level from Yi Yuan. To ask him to acknowledge a youth as his master was even more painful than killing him. But Yi Yuan had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "After 10 years, even if you wanted to acknowledge me as your master, I'm afraid that you won't even get a Q number. If you're unwilling, then I don't really care. I'll just suffer this small loss and use the demon crystal pill to exchange the Crimson Soul GRA SS with you. Either way, refining a demon crystal pill is effortless to me. After a year, I'll hand you the demon crystal pill, and the two of us won't owe each other anything. But at that time, don't think about becoming my servant to exchange for the demon manor pill." Yi Yuan paused and kept away the smile on his face, saying solemnly, "There's only this one chance." With Yi Yuan keeping away his smile, the aura of a sovereign undulated out naturally, as if he was a sovereign who descended upon the world. Feng Zhiro had never seen this side of Yi Yuan, as if he looked down on all things under the heavens. This sort of disposition and aura, even if her father were here, most likely he would also admit defeat, right? Yi Yuan was originally the Medicine King Hall's young patriarch, an alchemy emperor with supreme status in the divine realm. Even when matched up against those old undying from the Alchemist Association, his standards went beyond rather than falling below the mark. Although he changed his body now, that sort of disposition of a sovereign originated from the deepest part of the soul. It was completely unnecessary for him to fake it. When the Ape King saw how Yi Yuan's bearing was actually so extraordinary, he was unwittingly shocked inwardly. As a sovereign himself, the Ape King was even clearer that this sort of bearing was absolutely not something that could be faked by an Essence Qi realm youth. There were definitely many unknown secrets on this young man's body. The Ape King inadvertently started to reevaluate Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. If he chose to use the Crimson Soul GRA S to exchange, then he would lose the opportunity to advance to a Tier 4 demonic beast. So the question now was whether Yi Yuan could really refine a demon manor pill. This was similarly another gamble. Yi Yuan increased the original bet multiple times. Yi Yuan saying to acknowledge him as his master was naturally not just verbally. It was to enter a soul contract. After entering a soul contract, all actions of the Ape King had to comply with Yi Yuan's commands without resistance. Otherwise, a single thought from Yi Yuan could make the Ape King's soul dissipate. That was to say, he would lose 10 years of freedom. If the Ape King chose to use the Crimson Soul GRA S to exchange, he would earn without losing anything. With the Demon Crystal Pill, there was no problem for him to break through to middle stage Tier 3. But that way, he would also lose the chance to break through to Tier 4. Perhaps this might be his only chance to become a Tier 4 demonic beast. If he chose the latter, the risk he faced would be much greater. If Yi Yuan could not refine the Demon Manor Pill, he would lose 10 years of freedom. This was something the Ape King could not accept. But if he chose the latter, he would obtain the opportunity to break through to Tier 4. This opportunity was too hard to come by. The temptation of Tier 4 was too huge. The Ape King kept on contorting his ape face in agony. Clearly, his heart was filled with turmoil. Seeing the Ape King show such an interesting expression, Feng Zhiro nearly laughed out loud. But she was also very astonished in her heart. Just what did you say to him? Why is he showing such an expression? Feng Zhiro could not suppress her curiosity, and voice transmitted to ask. Yi Yuan did not hide it and told her the matter of his intention to take the Ape King in as a servant. The look on Feng Zhiro's face also became very fascinating when she heard Yi Yuan's voice transmission. But that's a Tier 3 Ape King. Even the Dean might not be his match. You actually want to take him in as your servant? Feng Zhiro nearly let out a sound. Just a Tier 3 stone ape, that's all. Barely strong enough to be my servant, I guess. It's also because my strength is too weak, or else I wouldn't even be bothered to take him in. You're also aware my master is very strong. If the servant I take in is too lousy, the elder will also lose his prestige. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Feng Zhiro stared at Yi Yuan and was already completely speechless. The two of them barged into the Crimson Summit Ridge at nearly the cost of their lives. No matter how Feng Zhiro thought, she did not expect the situation to reverse so swiftly. The previous moment, they were nearly killed by this Ape King, and the next moment, Yi Yuan wanted to take this Ape King in as his servant. Not that I don't understand, but it's this world that changed too quickly. Just what kind of existence was Yi Yuan's master? The Ape King's struggle continued for several dozen breaths of time, but Yi Yuan did not urge him. Yi Yuan also knew that this matter was an extremely painful choice to the Ape King. The Ape King in the Crimson Summit Ridge was like an emperor in a mortal country. To make an emperor become another person's servant was clearly an extremely difficult matter. Gradually, the Ape King's facial expression settled down. Yi Yuan knew that he already made his decision. How is it? Have you considered it? Yi Yuan asked calmly. To get me to become your servant also works, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely refine the demon manner pill for me within 10 years, the Ape King said solemnly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that. Don't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not the one begging you to be my servant, but it's me who's giving you a chance. You can only choose to believe me or not to believe in me. There isn't a third road. Seeing the Ape King's expression turn hostile, Yi Yuan added on and said, Don't dream about trapping me here to refine pills for you. Once I have the strength to refine the demon manner pill, I have 1,000 ways to make you die unknowingly. You can try if you don't believe. The Ape King did not expect that the notion had just jumped to mind, and Yi Yuan already guessed it. He was indeed thinking about keeping Yi Yuan here to refine pills for him just now, but he did not imagine being counter-threatened by Yi Yuan. Just as Yi Yuan had said, if his alchemy Tao attainments were truly so high, then he would really have this ability. Another long bout of silence said. The Ape King suddenly gave a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, Fine. For this chance to break through to Tier 4, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master for 10 years. Yi Yuan's face did not reveal any surprise. He chuckled loudly when he heard that and said, Don't worry, following me, Yi Yuan, let alone Tier 4, even Tier 5 Demon Monarch or Tier 6 Demon Ancestor, does not amount to much. I don't need 10 years. Even I were to chase you away, I'm afraid that you won't be willing to leave my side. These words still sounded so rampant and unreliable. In truth, Yi Yuan was afraid of scaring the Ape King, so he held back. To Yi Yuan, forget about Demon Ancestor. What was difficult about even that Tier 9 Demon Emperor? Chapter 141. Spatial Spirit Artifact. Chapter 141. Spatial Spirit Artifact. The Ape King fully opened up his divine soul. Yi Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and a wisp of soul strength reached into the divine soul of the Ape King. Regardless whether it was demonic beasts or human martial artists, the divine soul was the most mysterious and also the most fragile place. The Ape King only felt his divine soul quiver and his entire being feeling like he was dead tired. The Ape King knew that he and Yi Yuan already set up a soul contract. He shall serve Yi Yuan as his master for 10 years. Currently, the Ape King no longer had his former pride. He said, respectfully, Yuan Fei pays respect to master. Yi Yuan nodded and said, So you're called Yuan Fei? And since you acknowledged me as your master, there are some things I wanted to make clear to you. Pray tell, master. You have your pride as the Ape King, and I also won't control your words and actions as I please. Hence, under most circumstances, you're free. If you sincerely acknowledge me as your master, I can even choose not to use soul strength. That way, you're virtually completely free. However, if I find out that you feign compliance while acting in opposition even just once, I'll use the soul contract without hesitation. Understood? Yuan Fei understands. Don't worry, Master. Since this Yuan Fei chose to follow Master, I naturally won't have other thoughts. Yuan Fei said deferentially. Methods like soul contracts were actually quite gentle. It primarily looked at the contents of the contract entered by the two parties. Because Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan's soul contract was not on equal footing, Yuan Fei must serve Yi Yuan as master. Even so, apart from restrictions on the contract and having to do things for Yi Yuan, there was pretty much no difference from normal times. It was possible to forcefully plant a slave seal to control others. The party being enslaved could not hide any thoughts from the master. That was a true slave and not some master-servant relations. Hi+P. There were some even more impressive techniques which could directly obliterate the consciousness of the person being controlled to make him completely submit to his master. As long as the master did not take the initiative to come into contact with the spell, the person being controlled would forever be a walking corpse. It was precisely because a method like a soul contract was very gentle that Yuan Fei agreed to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not agree with Yi Yuan and just kill him instead. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan's words dispelled Yuan Fei's last bit of apprehension. Yi Yuan's meaning was that they were equals. But when Yi Yuan required something, he had to help Yi Yuan unconditionally, rather than saying master-servant relations. Hi+P, they might as well say full-time bodyguard. Furthermore, Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan had already entered a soul contract. There was also an indistinct hint of telepathy between them. Yuan Fei could sense that Yi Yuan truly turned his nose up a little at him. The servant, this sort of turning his nose up was not looking down in disdain, but a sort of indescribable feeling. Anyway, this master was very mysterious. And don't need to call master either, just call me young master, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, young master. From the beginning since just now, Feng Jiro's mouth had always been wide open. She was already so amazed that she grinned from ear to ear. A Tier 3 demonic beast was subdued just like that with a few sentences from Yi Yuan. This was a Tier 3 demonic beast, and not some Tom. I see Kate and Harry. In this 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest, a Tier 3 demonic beast was absolutely a king-like existence. He actually became Yi Yuan's servant. Just like that, she still suspected that Yi Yuan was bragging a little just now, but only when she saw the Ape King's attitude now did Feng Jiro become aware of her ignorance. You really subdued him? Feng Jiro was still a little hesitant to believe and wished to confirm it from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Look at his appearance. Is there still anything else to doubt?" And with Yuan Fei tagging along, time to beat up Su Yubai first after heading back. Haha. Feng Jiro was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. At the start, he still had a certain air, but he revealed his true colors in his last sentence. This fellow was simply a troublemaker, but he's the Ape King. How did you subdue him? Feng Jiro could not resist asking again. Everybody has a weakness. As long as you grasp their weak point, they can naturally be used by you. To the Ape King, what do you think he desires the most? Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question. Feng Jiro thought about it after hearing the question. After some time, she answered uncertainly, "Breakthrough to Tier 4? Well, I don't think there's anything with a greater allure than this." Smart. Yuan Fei is just like you. If you can't break through to the spirit condensation realm, then it would be even more excruciating than killing you. You should be able to understand this sort of feeling. Yi Yuan smiled and said, N, you actually dare to compare me to a demonic beast? Feng Zhiro nodded her head first, but quickly realized that something was wrong and promptly burst into anger. Haha, I didn't have that intention. Why are you always so sensitive? Don't hit me. I have a tier 3 bodyguard now. You can't beat me. Humph. Even if you have a tier 4 bodyguard, so what? I'll beat you anyway. Feng Zhiro simply did not care. She did not believe that Yi Yuan would really dare to make the Ape King come and beat her. Ouch, I was wrong, my grandaunt. That's much better. After a bout of play fighting, a problem remained in front of Yi Yuan. How should he handle the mountain full of long-armed stone apes? Once Yuan Fei left with him, this mountain full of long-armed stone apes would lose their support. In the endless forest, Yuan Fei was not the only tier 3 demonic beast. If he were to leave, these long-armed stone apes would be without a head. Sooner or later, they would be annexed by other forces. The demonic beast world was at times crueler than the human world. It was impossible for other species to tolerate the long-armed stone apes to continue occupying the mountain and calling themselves king. The final outcome would be complete annihilation. Yuan Fei, what about your fellow clansmen? If you leave, they'll probably be swallowed up by other powerful races, Yi Yuan inquired. Not that Yi Yuan was unwilling to bring them away, but because there were simply too many long-armed stone apes. If he brought them all away, how would he settle them down? These long-armed stone apes, when brought outside, could virtually destroy a mortal country. There was no place safe to put such a colossal force. If somebody with some bad intentions found them, these long-armed stone apes could be in even greater danger than at the endless forest. No matter how powerful Yuan Fei was, he was just a single person. Furthermore, the experts from some of the great sects were even stronger than Yuan Fei. When Yuan Fei saw that Yi Yuan took the initiative to mention his clansmen, he felt incredibly touched. If it were some other person, having acquired such a powerful helper, who would bother about the life and death of Yuan Fei's clansmen. Don't worry, young master. I have an extremely powerful spatial spirit artifact on me. It's ample to store my clansmen and me. As he said, Yuan Fei flipped over his palm. A small-scale mini palace floated about his palm. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "To think it's actually 128 restrictions spatial spirit artifact. This toy is probably extremely rare in the endless world. Looks like you, Yuan Fei, are really fortuitous. No wonder only you among so many clansmen could awaken inherited memories and breakthrough to Tier 3. Yuan Fei smiled. If young master can help me break through to Tier 4, you would be Yuan Fei's greatest fortuitous encounter. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Relax. I won't let you down." Chapter 142. Chain Assassinations. Chapter 142. Chain Assassinations. A 128 restrictions spirit artifact was practically the utmost limit of a spirit artifact. If more restrictions were added, the spirit artifact would find it very hard to withstand the oppression of the restrictions. The final outcome would be the destruction of the spirit artifact. Furthermore, spatial spirit artifacts were extremely scarce. A 128 restrictions spatial spirit artifact was even more valuable then. If this spirit artifact were known to the outside world, it would surely set off a wave of bloodshed. Yi Yuan did not expect that Yuan Fei actually possessed such a spirit artifact. "Where did your spirit artifact come from, Yuan Fei?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Back then when I was at peak Tier 2, although I awakened inherited memories, I remained unable to find the juncture for a breakthrough. Hence, I hardened my heart and entered the depths of the endless forest alone to seek out the opportunity for a breakthrough. Who knew that I would randomly barge into a human grotto? This spirit artifact was obtained from inside that grotto. Yuan Fei did not hide it and explained to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was surprised. A human grotto? Isn't the endless forest under the rule of demonic beasts? Why would there be a human grotto? Yuan Fei shook his head and said that I don't know. but I acquired this spirit artifact from the outermost area of that grotto. The inhibitions inside are overly powerful. I simply dared not go in too deep. Back then, I obtained several demon spirit pills and this spatial spirit artifact inside the grotto and then quietly retreated. I only broke through to Tier 3 after swallowing the demon spirit pills. Oh, there's actually such things like demon spirit pills inside that human martial artist grotto? Looks like you, Yuan Fei, really have a tremendous fortune. Your future accomplishments definitely won't be low, Yi Yuan said admirably. From Yuan Fei's recount of the situation, his luck was simply freaking amazing. Yuan Fei was only at peak Tier 2 back then. Entering deep into the endless forest was simply no different from courting death. But not only did he not die, he even bafflingly obtained the opportunity to break through and successfully broke through to Tier 3. And now, Yuan Fei encountered Yi Yuan. This could no longer be described as good luck. Accompanying by Yi Yuan's side, as long as Yuan Fei did not die, his future accomplishments would be immeasurable, just like Yuan Fei said himself. Meeting Yi Yuan was his greatest fortune. Thank you, young master. Yuan Fei exclaimed respectfully. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Looks like this human grotto should be the temporary dwelling of some extremely powerful existence. This endless forest is really such an interesting place. Yuan Fei's words filled Yi Yuan with a deep curiosity about that grotto. After he became stronger, he must absolutely pay a visit to that grotto. All right, there's no time to lose. Yuan Fei, quickly pack up and put your clansmen inside the spatial spirit artifact. Then follow me. You and your clansmen just stay inside the spatial spirit artifact, normally to cultivate. When I need you, I'll naturally call for you, Yi Yuan instructed. Yes, young master. Yuan Fei acknowledged and started to carry out the Great Migration feat. This Crimson Summit Ridge was also a rich treasure land. Apart from the Crimson Soul, GRA, there were quite a few other precious medicinal herbs. As for those things, Yi Yuan naturally would not waste them. He made the apes pack them all up and deliver it inside the spatial spirit artifact. Of course, to the present Yi Yuan, the most precious was still the Crimson Soul, GRA. Yi Yuan got 3 to 4 stalks of it from Yuan Fei and made him keep the rest away inside the spatial spirit artifact. Once everything was settled, Yuan Fei and his clansmen all entered the spatial spirit artifact. Then the spatial spirit artifact shrunk to become a small bead the size of a soybean and was carried on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiro continued down the ridge. The Crimson Summit Ridge, originally bustling with noise and excitement, was abnormally still now. But this sort of situation would not last long. What the endless forest lacked the least were demonic beasts. This place would soon be occupied by other demonic beasts. There would naturally be about a fighting and killing over this, but that had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. It could be said that he returned fully loaded from this trip to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Not only did he obtain the Crimson Soul, GRA, he even subdued a Tier 3 demonic beast. Feng Zhiro felt that she was still dreaming even now. This entire day and night's experience was overly bizarre. Am I still dreaming, Yi Yuan? Did we really subdue a Tier 3 demonic beast? You can pinch yourself. If it hurts, that means you aren't dreaming. Ouch. I asked you to pinch yourself. What did you pinch me for? You're actually in so much pain. Looks like this really isn't a dream, but I still feel like this isn't real. Yi Yuan, if you let out the Ape King and his clan, wouldn't they be able to directly obliterate the state of Qin? Yi Yuan said helplessly, Don't be silly. Yuan Fei can't be exposed. He can only be used during crucial moments. Just think about it. If a Tier 3 demonic beast appeared in the human territories, what would be the outcome? Furthermore, Yuan Fei and the rest are hiding inside the spatial spirit artifact. If the spatial spirit artifact is exposed, forget about me. Even the state of Qin will face annihilation. So we must keep our mouths tightly shut after we return, understood? Feng Zhiro had a casual personality. She just felt that having a Tier 3 demonic beast subordinate was very glorious. She honestly did not think that the consequence would be so severe. No way. I was still thinking about bringing Yuan Fei out to show off just now. They actually can't even show their faces? Feng Zhiro felt dejected. Yi Yuan put on a solemn face when he saw that and said, "Senior apprentice sister, you must treat this matter as if it didn't happen when we return. Or else, the consequences are not something that you and I can bear." Fine, fine. I understood already. I won't even tell Auntie. Just relax. Feng Zhiro just had a more roguish personality, but she was no fool. Yi Yuan already spoke to such an extent. She obviously knew propriety, especially that spatial spirit artifact. That was virtually a ticking time bomb. The duo chatted as they walked and quickly descended the mountain. The Crimson Soul GRA. S was already obtained, so the next step was the Pine-Yang fruit. The place the Pine-Yang fruit grew at was called Gray Pine Forest. It was not really an extremely dangerous place, just the territory of a Tier 2 demonic beast. Now that they had Yuan Fei, plucking the Pine-Yang fruit was effortless. Walking, the pair reached a dense forest. Killing intent appeared in a flash without any warning signs. An arrow sped through layers of trees and shot toward Yi Yuan's heart at extreme speed. The distance of this arrow was neither too far nor too near. It made Yi Yuan unable to detect it in advance, and also did not give him the slightest bit of time to react. However, Yi Yuan managed to react to it. His sensitivity towards Qi activities was incomparable with regular essence Qi realms. Spirit Void Shattering SPAC was executed right away as he leaped to the side, barely evading this arrow. Just as Yi Yuan was planning on summoning Yuan Fei out, warning bells appeared again. A figure charged out from the GRA. S straight for the direction he dove towards. That was to say, this evasion by Yi Yuan positioned him perfectly for the next wave of S signation. A saber beam flashed past, and a powerful aura came from straight ahead. That was a full-powered attack from a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan also unleashed a palm, except that this palm of his was not aimed for the AI's sin but towards the ground. Stacking waves layered palm, 8th layer wave, rumble, dirt flew everywhere. And then Yi Yuan's figure could be seen forcefully changing its direction, and he had a close shave with that saber. Qi. This saber still managed to graze lightly Yi Yuan's arm. However, it was not over yet. A third attack headed for Yi Yuan once more. This was a chain ASSA. Signation precise to the limits. The other party calculated all of Yi Yuan's reactions. Yi Yuan was in deadly danger. Chapter 143. 9 Sword Stance completed. Chapter 143. 9 Sword Stance completed. The ASSA. Signation this time was interconnected, making a chain attack. It virtually took into account Yi Yuan's every reaction. Just now, Yi Yuan borrowed the recoil from the 8th layer wave to barely avoid the second attack. But now, Yi Yuan was in midair. The third attack connected seamlessly without giving Yi Yuan any opportunity to catch his breath. The grasp on timing was precise and coordination was marvelous. It was virtually flawless. More importantly, the strengths of these 3 people were extremely strong. All of them at the 5th level spirit condensation realm and above. For 3 5th-level spirit condensation realm and above martial artists to lay down such an ingenious killing trap, it was simply an unavoidable certain death scenario. Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro also reacted in a flash and was about to go over and help Yi Yuan. But right then, Another figure flashed out and shot directly at Feng Zhiro. Your opponent is me. An azure figure attacked Feng Zhiro with unimaginable speed. It's you, Su Yishan. Feng Zhiro angrily exclaimed in shock. The two people instantly exchanged a blow. They were actually on par. Haha, if not, who do you think it is? Nan Feng Zhiro. This young master has chased after you for so much, but you refuse to give any face. Today, I'm going to let you taste this young master's prowess. Su Yishan smiled nastily. As the Su family's young patriarch, Su Yishan was naturally aware of Nan Feng Zhiro's true ident. One tie, the Su family's relations. H.I. plus P with the imperial family had always been very delicate. Su Yishan had also pursued Nan Feng Zhiro for a very long time in the academy, but Nan Feng Zhiro always spoke bluntly to him. Su Yishan had been pursuing Nan Feng Zhiro. On the one hand, it was in consideration for the Su family's interests. On the other hand, it was obviously because of Nan Feng Zhiro's beauty. Not only was Nan Feng Zhiro's looks outstanding, but she was also a famous ice beauty. How could Su Yishan not be moved? Nan Feng Zhiro involuntarily flew into a great rage upon seeing Su Yishan tease her with words. Such gall, Su Yishan! I'll definitely return and report to Imperial Father about this incident and make him administer punishment onto your Su family. Su Yishan sneered coldly and said, Then you have to be able to go back first. He, the dazzlingly gorgeous senior apprentice sister, and the super genius both fell in the endless forest. Truly lamentable. With the likes of you? Nan Feng Zhiro said with similarly a cold sneer. Over here. Su Yishan intercepted Nan Feng Zhiro. On the other side, Yi Yuan already arrived at the critical juncture of life and death. Yi Yuan could naturally call out Yuan Fei at this time, but after he summoned him, he would already be a dead man. The Chang Trio brothers were clearly unaware that Yi Yuan had subdued Yuan Fei, but their chain S. Signation this time coincidentally sealed, shut the possibility of Yi Yuan summoning Yuan Fei. Chang Wan was born cautious. His investigation concerning Yi Yuan was also quite thorough. Regardless of how much of a wastrel Yi Yuan was in the past, he was now currently an opponent that barred absolutely no negligence. If they looked down on Yi Yuan just because he was at the Essence Qi realm, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. In reality, Yi Yuan's performance affirmed Chang Wan's thoughts. If it were some other Essence Qi realm martial artist, that deadly arrow from Chang 3 would have already pierced through his heart. But not only did Yi Yuan evade Chang 3's arrow under the situation where it was impossible to change his body's inertia, he forcefully altered directions in midair. This could no longer be described as being tough. 2 5th level spirit condensation, realms immaculate ASC. Signation was actually dodged ingeniously by a 9th level essence Qi realm. But that was alright because Chang Wan himself was the person in charge of the final strike. Chang Wan, a 6th level spirit condensation realm expert. Since the beginning when Yi Yuan entered the area they were lying in wait, Chang Wan was already ACCU, mulating his energy and waiting to release it, all for this final lethal blow. This strike was a 6th level spirit condensation realm martial artist's most powerful strike. Due to the addition of that 8th layer wave from Yi Yuan earlier, his current airborne speed was even faster than before, and Chang Wan's speed was greater than Chang Tu's. That was to say that Yi Yuan's and Chang Wan's speed, which was greater than Chang Tu's, were coming together. Chang Wan also used a sword. It seemed as if he already saw the result of Yi Yuan being gored through and breathing his last. Ah, careful, Yi Yuan. Nan Feng Zhiro was entangled by Su Yishan and could not free herself. But she saw the scene of Yi Yuan about to be killed. Better take care of yourself first, Princess Nan Feng. Seeing Nan Feng Zhiro's reaction, Su Yishan also felt a wave of delight. That hateful Yi Yuan was finally about to die. Boom! Nan Feng Zhiro was sent flying and spat out blood on the spot. But at the same time, the script did not play out according to Changwon's plan. The tip of Changwon's sword was about to stab Yi Yuan when the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred. 9 Yi Yuans actually appeared at the same time in front of him. After images? Yi Yuan was currently airborne. How could he possibly create after images? And these 9 Yi Yuans were incomparably realistic. Just which one was the real body? Changwon's divine sense swept across these 9 figures instantaneously. But to his shock, he discovered that these 9 silhouettes were actually all real bodies. What sort of situation was this? Seeing ghosts? However, Changwon was currently like an arrow fitted to a string, being at the point of no return. He could not tolerate any hint of hesitation. Humph, paltry tricks. It's just camouflage. Changwon chose the centermost Yi Yuan without hesitation. That was also his initial target. Creating after images under this sort of situation, it was 10 to 1 a camouflage. The aim was to confound Changwon's senses, and the true body had never changed from the very beginning. Swizz. H. Plus Changwon's body pa s, said through the afterimage, just like that. There was no unsmooth feeling of penetrating a body. He pa s, said through the air. Changwon's heart involuntarily sunk. To deal with a 9th level essence chi realm, the 3 brothers employed all of their skills to its limits and meticulously laid out this certain death situation. The result was just making Yi Yuan suffer some light injuries. When setting up the scenario, Changwon had absolute confidence that let alone a 9th level essence chi realm, even a 7th level spirit condensation realm would suffer major losses when caught unprepared. Towards Yi Yuan, Changwon had already placed great emphasis until he could not think any higher of him, but the outcome still exceeded his expectations. All the way up to now, Changwon could not figure out just how Yi Yuan created 8 afterimages while in an airborne state. Also, just which one was his real body. Bang! The Yi Yuan behind Changwon fell heavily onto the ground. Changwon also landed softly, appearing to be very relaxed without Yi Yuan's shabby appearance. Yi Yuan stood up and dusted off the GRA's bits on his body and said calmly, I really have to thank the 3 of you. Without you guys, I'm afraid that my 9-sword stance wouldn't be completed so quickly. On the boundary of imminent danger, Yi Yuan remained calm and immediately entered heart like still water state. Under that sort of situation, just now, the more he panicked, the more certain he would die. Yi Yuan understood that to shake off this strike, he could only utilize the 9-sword stance's movement technique. But his 9-sword stance was incomplete. There must be a foothold to execute the movement technique, but he was currently suspended in midair. In the moment of crisis, relying on heart like still water state, Yi Yuan stimulated his potential to the greatest extent and finally completed the 9-sword stance. Chapter 144, You're Really a Genius. Chapter 144, You're Really a Genius. Meanwhile, the Chang brothers gathered together. The complexions of the trio did not look too good. Hearing the meaning of Yi Yuan's words, their painstakingly designed killing scenario actually helped Yi Yuan to have a breakthrough. That movement technique just now was very profound. Even Changwon, the 6th level spirit condensation realm, was actually unable to differentiate which was the true body. Yi Yuan, you aren't naive enough to think that you can retreat safely after evading our ambush, right? Although that move just now was incomparably profound, your cultivation realm is still too low, Changwon said in a low voice. Changwon designed this death trap as a precautionary, resolute measure to resolve a complicated problem, all done to prevent unnecessary complications. Even if they did not ambush with his cultivation realm, killing Yuan was as easy as taking something out of his pockets. Not to mention there were even Chang 2 and Chang 3 by his sides. You guys are thinking too much. Why do I have to retreat? If I didn't have a breakthrough at the last moment just now, I would already have been killed by you all. How can I let you off so easily? Though Yi Yuan said these words while smiling, those familiar with him knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. It was just that Yi Yuan's threat sounded rather comical. A 9th level Essence Chi realm rookie actually threatening 3/5 level Spirit Condensation realm and above experts. No matter how they looked at it, it just seemed like stubbornness. When Yi Yuan finished talking, the Chong Trio brothers involuntarily exchanged glances. They were wondering if Yi Yuan had a problem with his brain. With their understanding of Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan might be very unbridled, he never did something he had no confidence in. However, the current circumstances did not seem to allow him to be overbearing. Yi Yuan could not naively think that he was a match for the three of them, right? Yi Yuan, I think that you haven't made clear of the situation, right? Chong Wen asked, rather bafflingly. Of course, I understand the situation. The three of you are the Su family's lackeys, right? Received that old dog Su Yubai's order to come and kill me, yes? No. Yi Yuan scoffed coldly. Chong Wen had clearly heard of the power of Yi Yuan's eloquence, so he did not plan on bickering with him. He nodded and said, You're mistaken. Elder Su did not order us to come. We're under the family head's command to come and kill you. Yi Yuan was taken quite by surprise. Family head? Su Yishan's old man? Well, same thing. Looks like I really have to give a good one to the Su family when I return. Otherwise, they will really think that this little lord is nice to provoke. Chong Wen felt rather confused. Although he went through an in-depth investigation on Yi Yuan before this task, this was his first time meeting Yi Yuan after all. Only now did he discover that Yi Yuan's personality was entirely different from what he understood. In his impression, Yi Yuan was calm and steady, seemed like he was reckless, but entrenched himself at every step. But now, Yi Yuan was clearly an incomprehensible good-for-nothing from a wealthy family. He completely could not make clear of the situation. If not for Yi Yuan's performance being overly stunning just now, Chong Wen might even think that Yi Yuan was a moron. Just as Chong Wen was dazed, Yi Yuan pointed at his nose and scolded. Hey, do the three of you still have a sense of shame? A 6th level Spirit Condensation realm, 2 5th level Spirit Condensation realm, came to kill me, and yet dare not do it openly. Instead, you guys use this sort of underhanded sneak attack tactics. Indeed, the type of master one has will have the same kind of lackeys. Su Yubai, that old dog, is also so sinister and enjoys sneak attacking others. You are all indeed cut from the same cloth. Chong Wen was scolded by Yi Yuan until he was stupefied. He unwittingly started to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really just a hothead? A 100% good-for-nothing silk pants? Of course. Yi Yuan's talent was beyond all doubts. He was definitely a peerless genius. Even the young patriarch Su Yishan would have to admit defeat. Other than this, was Yi Yuan really a rash fellow? Was his actions back in the Dan Wu Academy just a random coincidence? Yi Yuan finished scolding the Chong brothers and turned his head toward Su Yishan. He started to curse, Su Yishan, you tortoise's grandson. You only know how to bully women. If you have the capabilities, then come and one-on-one with this little lord. Spineless fellow, want to kill me, but dare not make a move in the academy. You even run all the way to the endless forest to do this. In the future, when the Su family lands in your hands, it will be squandered away to nothingness eventually. Oh no, the Su family won't be able to exist for a long time. When I go back, I'm going to beat the Su family until they can't raise their heads. Su Yishan was currently in a heated battle with Nan Fengzhiro when he suddenly heard Yi Yuan's cursing and could not help burning with rage after hearing it. Forcing Nan Fengzhiro back with a blow, Su Yishan arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps. Nan Fengzhiro also followed tightly behind and came to Yi Yuan's side. Both parties entered a stalemate. Yi Yuan casually fished out a medicinal pill and threw it to Nan Fengzhiro. Then he said with a smile, It's been hard on you, senior apprentice, Sister Nanfeng. Eat it. No need to mind this sort of small injuries. Nanfeng Jiro caught the medicinal pill but lowered her head instead. She knew that her ident. 1. Tai had already been made aware to Yi Yuan, making it rather awkward. Don't get KY Yi Yuan, even if you avoided the Chang brothers' ambush. Do you think that you can still exit the endless forest today? Su Yishan was displeased when he saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance. Shouldn't the current Yi Yuan be in a panic? Yi Yuan stared at Su Yishan and said with a smile, I don't plan on leaving the endless forest. Humph. Good that you know. The endless forest is so fun. I still plan on playing for a few more days. As for whether you guys can walk out or not, that I dare not guarantee. Is your brain spoilt, Yi Yuan? Can't you tell what kind of situation you two are currently in? Just now, I heard that you want to fight one-on-one, yeah? Su Yishan stared at Yi Yuan like he was looking at a fool. Yi Yuan beamed and said, That's right. Does the dignified Su family's young patriarch only know how to bully women? If you have the capability, let's go one-on-one. Ha ha. Su Yishan roared with laughter when he heard that and said, All right, I'll fight you one-on-one, but it's us as a group fighting you alone. Yi Yuan's face fell after hearing that, and he said in terror, Su Yishan, are you a man or not? If you have the capabilities, let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Su Yishan felt incredibly venting. He chuckled and said, Yi Yuan, I think your brain really broke down. The 4 of us combined can kill you, like slaughtering a dog. Why should I entertain you with a duel? Do you think this is the academy? Yi Yuan stared at Su Yishan, who looked proud of himself, and suddenly grinned, smiling very happily. You can still laugh when death is knocking, Yi Yuan. I got to hand it to you. Chang 1, Chang 2, Chang 3, kill Yi Yuan. Leave Nanfeng Jiro alive. I still have a use for her. Su Yishan ordered. While the Chang brothers were secretly displeased that Su Yishan was still Lus. To fool at such a time, they would not refute Su Yishan's words. After all, he was the future Su family's family head. Just as the Chang brothers were prepared to make a move, their face suddenly changed. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus in a blink, hundreds of white-colored apes appeared in front of their eyes, enclosing them in the center together with Yi Yuan. The weakest one of these white apes was at the initial stage tier 2. Haha, Su Yishan. I found out that I really like your idea of one-on-one. All of us versus you guys. Man, you're really a genius to even come up with this sort of one-on-one method. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan as he burst into laughter. Chapter 145, Complete Breakdown. Chapter 145, Complete Breakdown. Whoa, what's going on? Su Yishan stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene and could not even hear Yi Yuan's mocking him. Several hundred long-armed stone apes appearing out of thin air. This visual impact was seriously enormous. With their vision filled with tier 2 long-armed stone apes, this sort of pressure was absolutely unforgettable for life. Su Yishan could even feel his own legs quivering. Not just Su Yishan. The Chang brothers were also completely dumbstruck at the moment. Even though they had experienced too many things, they had never seen such a huge occasion before. These hundreds of tier 2 long-armed stone apes was enough to plow the Su family one time over. Although the majority of these long-armed stone apes were at initial stage tier 2, there were also quite a number of middle stage and late stage tier 2. Just one middle stage tier 2 demonic beast was enough for him to choke over. What kind of talk me if hundreds were added up? At this moment, their nerves were already tense to the limits. Spatial spirit artifact. It must be a spatial spirit artifact. If not, it's impossible to contain so many demonic beasts. Yi Yuan he actually has a spatial spirit artifact. Chang 1 suddenly exclaimed in shock. Spatial spirit artifact? How's that possible? Even though the truth was in front of his eyes, Su Yishan still felt that it was unreal. That's right. It is indeed a spatial spirit artifact. I didn't think that you would have such knowledge. Quite a figure. However, you offended this young master. This is the most foolish thing you've done in your entire life. Although it was just a few short breaths of exchange, Yi Yuan could tell that among these 4 people, Changwon served as a brain center character. With Su Yishan's personality, it was impossible to lay down such an elaborate killing trap to wait for the hare to land in it. The absolute strength of the 4 of them was much greater than Yi Yuan's pair. There was simply no need to be so cautious. That final strike from Changwon was remarkably brilliant. In fact, it was a flawless blow. Yi Yuan truly arrived at the borders of life and death at that time. If not for him remaining calm in the final hour of peril and having broken through at the last moment, he would already be a corpse now. From this, one could see that this Changwon was absolutely a very nasty character to deal with. But sadly, his opponent was Yi Yuan. He was a young master who would definitely avenge any grievances, not some old good-two-shoes who returned good for evil. Towards Yi Yuan's words, Changwon did not refute them, because he knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. The stupidest thing that he, Changwon, ever did in his life was to offend Yi Yuan. Changwon was naturally crystal clear on Yi Yuan's actions in the Danwu Academy and knew about his personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Hence, he dismissed the thought of begging for mercy. Fight it out, brothers. Ignore those demonic beasts and directly kill Yi Yuan. Changwon was also a very decisive person as he directly laid down an order. When Changwon's command was issued, he took the lead to burst towards Yi Yuan. Chang 2 and Chang 3 and Big Brother had incredible synergy. Following closely behind, the trio charged towards Yi Yuan in a triangle formation. This was Changwon's dying act. Facing so many Tier 2 demonic beasts, he did not feel that he could kill Yi Yuan. However, what made Changwon speechless and pleasantly surprised was that these Tier 2 demonic beasts actually did not react at all to this. These demonic beasts unexpectedly did not move out to stop the 3 of them. Could it be that these demonic beasts were just what Yi Yuan pulled out to intimidate them? Yi Yuan could not command these demonic beasts at all? This discovery filled Changwon with wild elation. Haha, nearly got hoodwinked by you. So, you can't command these demonic beasts at all. Brothers, kill him with me. Changwon roared with laughter. Yi Yuan did not take any actions. He just looked at Changwon with a smile that was not a smile filled with ridicule. Humph! At gates of death already, and yet, you're still pretending there. Wind Thunder Sword. Changwon's sword appeared in front of Yi Yuan once again. But this time around, Yi Yuan did not exhaust all his energies to defend. He remained motionless there. Right at this moment, a white figure flashed out from the side and grabbed hold of Changwon's sword very violently, twisting it into SCR, AP metal. Boom! 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 One exchange. 3 palms landed respectively on Changwon, Chang 2 and Chang 3's chest. This figure was as fast as lightning. The 3 of them did not even make clear of what it was before being sent flying out. T-Tier 3 demonic beast. Changwon's face finally flickered as he stared at that white ape built like an iron peg. Oh, in horror. Only now did he know why Yi Yuan did not move this whole time. Because he did not need to move at all. With a Tier 3 demonic beast guarding by the side, why would he need to make a move personally? However, why would a Tier 3 demonic beast obey Yi Yuan? He was merely an essence Qi realm martial artist. Changwon suddenly recalled that Yi Yuan had just descended down the Crimson Summit Ridge and finally understood some things. His complexion changed greatly against his will. You brought the entire Crimson Summit Ridge's long-arm stone ape clan under your control. Changwon stared at Yi Yuan with dread. You finally realized. I even thought that you were pretty smart. Didn't think that you're so slow. That's right. Yuan Fei and his clansmen will be following me in the future. Of course, it was not because Changwon was dumb, but because the impact he received today was too tremendous. An Essence Chi realm martial artist, subduing the entire Crimson, Summit Ridges, Long-Arm Stone Ape clan. If this spread out, other people would surely treat him like a lunatic. However, this sort of impossible matter genuinely happened. How's this possible? The Ape King is a Tier 3 demonic beast. Why would he willingly obey you? Also, humans and demonic beast have a language barrier. How can you possibly subdue him? Changwon questioned unwillingly. Do you feel that I have a need to answer your question? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Changwon only asked because of the burning uncertainty in his heart. Truthfully, he did not hope for Yi Yuan to answer him. Changwon sighed and shut his eyes painfully. He gave a long exhalation and said, Sai, the Su family going against you is the Su family's greatest failure. Perhaps the Su family will vanish entirely from the scene of the state of Qin because of this. Make your move. Yuan Fei waved his long arm, and immediately, over a dozen Tier 2 long-arm stone apes rushed up, carrying away the Chang brothers who already had no means to retaliate. Before long, blood-curdling screams came from far away, making the scalp of those who heard it tingle. The long-armed stone apes were originally wild and untamable. They had always just killed any human martial artists they saw. Only Yi Yuan, who knew the universal beast language, could communicate with Yuan Fei, who activated his spiritual wisdom. Otherwise, their end result would not be much better than the Chang brothers. Each one of the wretched screams transmitted into Su Yishan's ear, impacting his mind repeatedly. It already completely collapsed his mental defense. Su Yishan only abruptly roused with a jerk after Yi Yuan slowly walked towards him. He retreated nonstop, all the way until he imped into a long-armed stone ape before jumping in fright and dodging hurriedly. Why, Yi Yuan? I was wrong. I deserve death. I deserve death. I beg you, please don't kill me. It's all because Su Yubai, that old Tard forced me. It's all because he forced me. Su Yishan could not hold on any longer and slammed his knees onto the ground as he begged for mercy by shouting himself Hoa. RSE. Chapter 146. Feeding Moves. Chapter 146. Feeding moves. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan kneeling on the ground with snot dripping from his nose and said with a smile, I also didn't say that I'm killing you, young Master Su. Look how frightened you are. Su Yishan was already like a bird, startled by the TWANG of a bowstring right now. His brain was already no longer in charge. Hearing that Yi Yuan had the intention to let him off, he spontaneously became overjoyed and said, Why, you're for real? Then I can go? Of course you can't go. All of my secrets have already been seen by you. If you were to leave and spread outside that I possess a spatial spirit artifact, then wouldn't I die without a burial place? Su Yishan was so terrified that his legs weakened. Yi Yuan's meaning was to kill him for sure. Don't worry, I can swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not spread the things I saw today. Su Yishan then raised his hand and looked as if he was really about to swear a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, That isn't necessary, Su Yishan. I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. After you kill me, you can leave this place. Su Yishan was stunned and quickly returned to his wailing and said, Why, young master, ye great hero, I really know that I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. I shouldn't have brought people into the endless forest to come and kill you. Yi Yuan also did not expect Su Yishan to be so spineless. That normally haughty bearing was all gone. At this time, he was like a despicable person devoid of any sense of shame. Sometimes people were like that. Without arriving at the final juncture of life and death, one could never see through a person's true character. People who normally appeared to be incomparably lofty would become shamelessly menial when facing death, while those who typically appeared to live a licentious life and had improper conduct would remain incomparably unperturbed in the face of death. There were numerous manners of life. It was very clear that Su Yishan belonged to the former. If Yi Yuan made the long-armed stone apes attack, Su Yishan might still give a desperate struggle, but Yi Yuan surrounded him and did not kill him yet. Also, with the Chang brothers' horrifying way of dying as the precedent, Su Yishan's mind collapsed entirely. Yi Yuan suddenly pulled a long face and said solemnly, "I have no time to joke with you. If you don't want this opportunity, I can kill you right now." The current Su Yishan was clearly someone who yielded to force, but refused a soft approach. With Yi Yuan riling up, the words sunk into Su Yishan instead. "But," Su Yishan stammered, "but I'm not a match for you, right?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Su Yishan lowered his head. Clearly he tacitly agreed, but at such a time he did not dare to say these words out. "This little lord asks to fight one-on-one. It means one-on-one with you. You don't need to doubt this. However, the one-on-one I mentioned is not right now. There are also conditions for giving you this chance." Hearing Yi Yuan say that, Su Yishan's eyes lit up as he felt like he had grasped hold of his final, life-saving straw. "What conditions? As long as I can do it, I'll comply. Well, I feel that my cultivation is almost consolidated. After my cultivation realm consolidates, I can break through to the spirit condensation realm. At that time, we'll have a death match. But before then, in order to help me consolidate my cultivation realm, I'll have to trouble you to feed me moves," Yi Yuan said. "SPI spirit condensation realm? So quickly?" Su Yishan was stunned. Yi Yuan had just broken through to peak 9th level essence, Qi realm, not long ago. He was going to break through to the spirit condensation realm now. Who among martial artists, when breaking through a major realm, was not filled with trepidation as if they were treading on thin ice? Back then, when Su Yishan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, he prepared for a full half-year, all the way until he was very certain before he dared to take this step. And at that time, Su Yishan was already at half-step spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan was obviously still just peak 9th level essence Qi realm now. Could it be that he wanted to break through to the spirit condensation realm directly? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the state of Qin, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm must go through the process of half-step spirit condensation realm. This was something everyone knew. Never had anyone been foolish enough to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Not that it was impossible to break through directly, but because the success rate of a direct breakthrough was too low. So low that body dared to attempt this step. The success rate of breaking through directly from 9th level essence Qi realm to spirit condensation realm was so low that it was negligible. With such a low success rate, who would dare to try it rashly? Yi Yuan had not broken through to 9th level essence Qi realm for long. Now he wanted to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this possible? None of your business, whether it's fast or not. Either way, you can forget about escaping if I don't break through to the spirit condensation realm. Hence, you'd better pray for me to break through earlier, Yuan said coolly. But if I win you, what if you go back on your words then? Su Yishan was not a fool either, and inquired about his doubts. That will have to depend on my mood. Doesn't matter to me anyway. But you can't not take this gamble. Lose, you're a dead man. Win, you can go back and continue to be the Su family's young master. This is your only chance. Up to you whether you want to or not, Yi Yuan said indifferently. Don't. I want this chance. Of course I want this chance. Su Yishan hurriedly said. This was Su Yishan's sole lease on life. He would be a fool to give it up. Yi Yuan could completely make those demonic beasts destroy him right now, but he just had to find trouble for himself. How could Su Yishan give up this opportunity? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Since that's the case, you have to remember, you can only defend and not attack. Fully be my human sandbag. At that time, I'll let Yuan Fei watch the battle by the side. If you have the slightest intention to attack, you'll die horribly. Sui Shan had certainly thought of harming Yi Yuan when the latter was feeding moves. But now that Yi Yuan said that, he immediately tossed this idea out of his mind. You got to be joking. A Tier 3 demonic beast watching the fight by the side. If he revealed even a trace of killing intent, the other party would finish him off without hesitation. If Yi Yuan was an ordinary 9th level spirit condensation realm, then forget about it. However, it was impossible for Sui Shan to kill in one strike with Yi Yuan's practical combat abilities. Hence, he better obediently became his human sandbag. Are you joking, Yi Yuan? You're only at the peak 9th level essence chi realm, not even at half-step spirit condensation realm. How are you going to break through to spirit condensation realm? Ah, I know already. You must be messing with Sui Shan. Nanfeng Jiro was pleasantly surprised that she discovered something. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, breaking through to the spirit condensation realm within a few days is a must. It has to happen even if it can't. If I don't break through, I can't even refine the Essence Yang pill and Lu'er can't be saved. Therefore, I have to break through to the spirit condensation realm by hook or by crook. But you aren't even half-step spirit condensation realm. What kind of C are A? P is half-step spirit condensation realm. Essence Chi realm to spirit condensation realm is meant to be done in one shot. You people separating it into half-step spirit condensation realm and spirit condensation realm are actually self-ruining your foundations, making spirit condensation realm's foundation unstable. Upon mentioning half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan's face was filled with contempt. But everybody impacts the spirit condensation realm from half-step spirit condensation realm. Could everyone be wrong? Nanfeng Jiro refused to accept. Yi Yuan retorted with a question after hearing that. Are those everyone you say more amazing than my master when added up? My master said it's good to break through directly. Do you think that he would harm me? Nanfeng Jiro had nothing to refute with. Chapter 147, Commencing Breakthrough. Chapter 147, Commencing Breakthrough. Rumble. An 8th layer wave from Yi Yuan was easily warded off by Sui Shan. Chi. Another absolute yang finger from Yi Yuan shot toward Sui Shan with abnormally fierce, incomparable force, but was defended by him again. However, Yi Yuan did not feel dispirited. In fact, he became more excited as he fought. He completely did not need to consider the problem of defense as he unleashed all the moves he knew over and over again. While the threat to Sui Shan was not great, the other party was very ragged-looking. Yi Yuan's attack was not something which could be released by the average 9th level Essence Chi realm. Even if he did not use his strongest trump card, the 9-sword stance, his attacks could cause substantial damage to 2nd level Spirit Condensation realm martial artists. If Sui Shan had not broken through to the 4th level Spirit Condensation realm, just these moves could exhaust him to death. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was attacking all out wildly, while Sui Shan could only endure being hit. Under the waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's attack became fiercer. Yi Yuan already continued the reckless attacks for 2 days. These 2 days, apart from eating, sleeping, and mediation, Yi Yuan spent the rest of the time training with Sui Shan. With such a free human sandbag, hitting it was very delightful and satisfactory. The more Yi Yuan hit, the more excited he got. The more he hit, the more he did not know fatigue. Sometimes when he got excited, he could fight for several hours at a time. In contrast, Sui Shan was already on the verge of collapse, being tormented by Yi Yuan. He simply could not understand how Yi Yuan had such incredible endurance when he was merely a 9th level Essence Chi realm. With such a powerful attack, logically speaking, the expenditure of essence energy should be enormous. But Yi Yuan could fight for several hours at a time and did not need to consume chi returning pills. Even if he was the one doing the frenzied attacks, he probably could not sustain for 2 hours. However, were 4th level spirit condensation realm and 9th level essence chi realm on the same level? Not that Sui Shan did not think of sneak attacking Yuan. But Yuan Fei's aura remained indistinctly locked onto him this whole time, leaving him not daring to make any reckless moves at all. Sui Shan believed that as long as he retaliated once, what awaited him was definitely a lightning blow. He had already witnessed the terror of this ape king. He was completely unable to last even a round with him. These 2 days, Yuan Fei had also been observing Yi Yuan's wanton attacks the whole time. At times, his gaze was I plus Ning. It was uncertain what he was thinking. Rather, it was Nan Fengjiro who had nothing to do these 2 days. But she also had a knot in her heart which was unresolved and was somewhat weighed down with worries. Yi Yuan had heard Nan Feng this surname. Most likely, he already guessed her ident. One Tai. Nan Feng was the imperial surname. Body was unaware of it in the state of Qin. Nan Fengjiro and her auntie were already considered very good friends with Yi Yuan, but they had always concealed their ident. One Tai. No matter what, it was not very justifiable. These 2 days, Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm at full force, so he completely did not bother about this matter. Once he broke through his cultivation realm, would he dig into this matter? Would he drift away from her? Nan Fengjiro started to become somewhat anxious about her gains and losses. After another day said, Yi Yuan continued to unleash his wanton attacks on Sui Shan as usual. Suddenly, Yuan halted his attacks and sat down cross-legged. Yuan Fei narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed something. His body moved, and he instantly appeared between Yi Yuan and Sui Shan, isolating the two. Sui Shan also seemed to have guessed something and knew that it was impossible for Yuan Fei to give him the opportunity to get close to Yi Yuan. Hence, he withdrew to the sides sensibly and meditated on his own. Yi Yuan wanted to break through, and Sui Shan also needed to recuperate. Though he did not feel that Yi Yuan could directly break through to the spirit condensation realm, it was still best to prepare for everything. What kind of joke was this? 9th level essence chi realm directly breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Even his old man did not dare to do that back then. Not only his father, Su Yulin, but also Lord Dean, Wan Donghai, Nanfeng Yi, these well-known crystal formation realm experts, who among them was not a peerless talent back then. But not one of them dared to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm when they were at the 9th level essence chi realm. What kind of joke was this? Transitioning from half-step spirit condensation realm was the method to impact the spirit condensation realm fumbled out by countless ancestors. Does Yi Yuan wish to challenge countless ancestors with his own strength? Even a genius like Su Yishan prepared for a full half-year's time. Back then, when Nan Fengjiro broke through to the spirit condensation realm, the amount of time she prepared for was a little lesser than Su Yishan, but there was still 4 to 5 months' time. However, Yi Yuan did not make any preparations at all. He only used a few days to consolidate his cultivation realm and then directly initiated breakthrough. If he succeeded, then what did these so-called geniuses, even count as? Nan Fengjiro saw that Yi Yuan was preparing to break through and also became nervous immediately. Even though Yi Yuan said it like he was very confident, this sort of matter, like challenging the limits known to martial artists, still made Nan Fengjiro feel quite worried. A major realm could not be broken through as and when one liked. Facing the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm, and body dared to be negligent in the least bit. Because if the assault failed, they would suffer varying degrees of injuries, possibly even facing the risk of a drop in cultivation. Although it could be cultivated back once more, the difficulty when impacting the bottleneck next time would increase tremendously. This was also why all martial artists would be extremely prudent when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. You must succeed, Yi Yuan. Nanfeng Jiro silently cheered. She knew that if Yi Yuan could not break through, Lu'er would die for sure. Once Lu'er dies, the blow to Yi Yuan would definitely be huge. This was something which Nanfeng Jiro did not wish to see. Yi Yuan just sat cross-legged like that for an hour, the aura on his body gradually stabilizing. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Retrieving a spirit surge pill from his storage ring to consume, he said to Yuan Fei, "Yuan Fei, help to guard me. I'm going to begin the breakthrough. I Su Ishan properly and don't let him escape. Be at ease and breakthrough, young master. There's Yuan Fei here for everything." Yuan Fei answered. Yi Yuan nodded and shut his eyes again. Not far away, Su Ishan witnessed this scene and was secretly alarmed in his heart. Yi Yuan could actually really communicate with this demonic beast. No wonder he could subdue this Tier 3 demonic beast. There was really innumerable secrets on Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan adjusted his condition and consumed the Spirit Surge pill, and he officially commenced the attempt to break through into the Spirit Condensation Realm. While the onlookers felt that Yi Yuan impacting the Spirit Condensation Realm was filled with incomparable danger, to the party involved, Yi Yuan, it was not really a very amazing thing. His understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy Serpa S said any so-called expert in the state of Qin considerably. Those crystal formation realm experts understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy was not even fit to carry shoes for Yi Yuan. To them, the spirit condensation realm was a Sivridge. To Yi Yuan, the spirit condensation realm was merely a small threshold. That's all. The spirit surge pill entering his abdomen was just like tossing a small pebble onto the surface of a peaceful lake, breaking the original equilibrium state of essence energy within Yi Yuan's body. Practically instantaneously, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's dantian seethed. Woo! Woo! A whirlwind started to howl underneath Yi Yuan. This whirlwind continuously enlarged, expanding more, whipping up fallen leaves. The essence energy tempest commenced. Chapter 148. 9 drops of spirit liquid. Chapter 148. 9 drops of spirit liquid. A vortex formed from the essence energy tempest brought forth a violent tornado, and this storm grew increasingly larger. The endless forest was originally a land rich with essence energy. Yi Yuan recklessly absorbed all the essence energy converging without any care, flowing into his dantian. And what's going on? This essence energy storm is not right. Su Ishan exclaimed in shock. Back then, the essence energy storm he caused when he himself broke through to the spirit condensation realm was simply a small apprentice in the presence of a great sorcerer when compared to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest gave him the feeling like it was a great flood or savage beast, incomparably violent. With such violent and turbulent essence energy gusts, plus-ing into the dantian ceaselessly, would it not burst the dantian? He burst it. Burst it. Let's see how you posture after it bursts. Su Ishan was chuckling inwardly over his misfortune. But just as he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others, his collar was suddenly grabbed from behind, lifting him up like carrying a baby chick. Yuan Fei carried Su Ishan and speedily headed for the distance. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind them. The essence energy tempest formed from Yi Yuan's breakthrough grew larger and larger, almost about to spread over here. Hence, Yuan Fei decisively brought everyone to retreat a certain distance away. Su Ishan, who was being dragged, felt unbearable shame and humiliation. But facing a Tier 3 demonic beast, what could he do? He did not wish to end up like the Chong brothers, being torn to shreds by those naval apes. Yuan Fei landed far away after a few flashes, roughly 1,000 feet away from Yi Yuan. Even with such a distance, they could still feel that surging essence energy storm. The expansion of the essence energy storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew even larger. Yi Yuan was situated in the eye of the essence energy storm, oblivious to all that was happening in the outside world. Currently, all of his thoughts were placed on refining essence energy. Unlike the wild essence energy in the outside world, the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's body was impossibly tame. If the essence energy in the outside world was a violent wild beast, then the spirit bristle nine young divine art was a powerful beast tamer. Essence energy which went through its domestication became very obedient. Yi Yuan was currently revolving the spirit bristle nine young divine art, Mortal Chapter's second phase's cultivation method. He also did not expect that breaking through to the spirit condensation realm would actually require such an enormous amount of essence energy. No wonder Spirit Bristle Divine King, that fellow, was so powerful. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and the necessary essence energy was already so titanic. If one entered the Divine King realm, just how terrifying would the quant 1 tie of essence energy required be? Yi Yuan was just like a diligent little bee, refining the essence energy nonstop using the spirit bristle nine young divine art, then sending it into his dantian. The essence energy within the dantian ACCU mulat more and more, gradually inflating Yi Yuan's dantian to the limit. And right now, the critical juncture of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm had arrived, and that was to gather the qi and liquefy it. However, Yi Yuan did not bother about the essence energy inside the dantian, but continued to refine essence energy ceaselessly, steadily pouring it into the dantian. Yi Yuan's dantian was inflated even much more bigger, with the risk of exploding at any time. If he did not take measures right away, it could really be like how Su Yishan desired, stuffing the dantian so full it explodes. No way, right? Is Yi Yuan still refining essence energy? His dantian is probably about to explode from fullness, right? Turns out he didn't even know how to impact the spirit condensation realm. To actually wager with me by making such a shameless claim. Ha ha ha. Su Yishan was full of delight from his misfortune. Nan Feng Jiro glared viciously at him and said angrily, "Shut your mouth for me. If Yi Yuan dies, the Ape King will kill you too. Therefore, you'd better pray for him to survive. At least that way, you theoretically still have the possibility of staying alive." Su Yishan was full of disdain as he said, "Even if he breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, it's merely first-level spirit condensation realm. I'm a small stage higher than him. You're so sure that he can defeat me?" Nan Feng Jiro sneered coldly and said, "Wasn't Lin Tiancheng also a small stage higher than Yi Yuan back then? And what was his end result? Do you think that Yi Yuan is a fool? To suggest such a duel under the circuit stance where he had no confidence? I dare to bet that as long as he enters the spirit condensation realm, killing you will be as simple as slaughtering a dog." Humph. Then he has to break through to the spirit condensation realm first. You look at him. Right now, what's the difference from suicide? Su Yishan remained stubborn. Nan Feng Jiro did not make any sound this time. Yi Yuan's actions were truly no different from committing suicide. What Yi Yuan needed to do at this time was to gather the qi and liquefy it, not to refine essence energy. No matter how large a martial artist's dantian was, it also could not contain so much essence energy. Nan Feng Jiro looked at Yi Yuan in the distance, her eyes full of concern. Rather, it was Yuan Fei who stared at Yi Yuan glowing eyes, uncertain whether it was worry or REA's assurance on that ape face. Yi Yuan naturally did not know what they were thinking. Just as his dantian was about to blow up, a warm qi flow poured into the dantian, enveloping the violent essence energy. This flow of qi was precisely the medicinal strength transformed from the spirit surge pill. This flow of medicinal strength was just like a tight pocket, wrapping up all the inflated essence energy tightly inside. No matter how they swelled up it was to no avail. With the assistance of the Spirit Surge pill's medicinal strength, Yi Yuan's dantian swiftly recovered to its original size, while that newly refined essence energy was compressed by the medicinal strength. Finally, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's body reached saturation. He was unable to continue refining essence energy, so he started to condense the gathered qi into liquid according to the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts method. As soon as the cultivation method was revolved, the essence energy within the dantian started to form a cyclone, while at the same time the medicinal strength of the Spirit Surge pill and the essence energy which were refined had fused together, causing the essence energy inside Yi Yuan's dantian to become even more massive. The Spirit Surge pill already contained massive amounts of essence energy to assist martial artists to break through to the spirit condensation realm under the effects of other medicinal herbs. The pill formula of the Spirit Surge pill was not much to Yi Yuan, but it could absolute give rise to a storm of blood in the state of Qin. This was the best supplementary medicinal pill which Yi Yuan knew to attack the spirit condensation realm. Under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, the cyclone inside Yi Yuan's dantian became increasingly smaller and ever more condensed. The originally formless essence energy actually transformed into a hazy mist inside his dantian. However, the mist was unstable at the moment and had yet to truly form the liquid state of essence energy. This was also the most crucial moment of gathering qi to liquefy it. These mists seemed to be only a step away from liquefied essence energy, but this was also the most unstable period. Once a rebound occurred, the essence energy would swiftly return to its original state. If it was minor, the martial artist's cultivation realm would fall. But if it was severe, the dantian would suffer damage, affecting future cultivation. The incredible aspect of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art was that it was matchlessly tyrannical. With such an overbearing cultivation law, how could it possibly give these mists the opportunity to rebound? Under the overwhelming oppression of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, these mists finally continued to condense together. Drip. A liquid state of essence energy dripped down. The first spirit liquid had completely taken shape. However, this was merely the beginning. Drip. Drip. Drops of spirit liquid fell down. At the end, 9 drops of spirit liquid completely took form. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect. Way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. However, the breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was not over yet. Chapter 149. Divine Soul Transformation. Chapter 149. Divine Soul Transformation. How is it? Dumbfounded, right? Nanfeng Jiro glanced at the slack-jawed Su Yishan and appeared to be very pleased with herself, as if she was the one who broke through. Su Yishan was truly befuddled. The essence energy which Yi Yuan absorbed was multiple times of others. With such a colossal amount of essence energy, should it not burst the dantian? Could it be that Yi Yuan was a natural-born freak with a dantian several times larger than the average person? What kind of joke was this? This was not a genius, but a freak. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it totally did not look like his dantian was multiple times bigger than others. However, how on earth did he do it? Hey, do you want to guess how many drops of spirit liquid Yi Yuan's formed? I guess that it's definitely 7 drops, maybe even 8 drops. Su Yishan jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on when he heard that. 8 drops. How's that possible? Forget about our state of Qin. Even in the entire tranquil cloud sex domain, the current highest record is just 6 drops. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan is, 7 drops is the pinnacle already. How can it possibly be 8 drops? Why can't it be possible? You said that it was impossible for him to break through directly to the spirit condensation realm. But now, didn't he break through? Furthermore, You also saw the essence energy storm just now. It was multiple times the size of when we broke through. Such a terrifying essence energy storm. Condensing 8 drops shouldn't be strange either, right? Perhaps. Perhaps a lot of the essence energy was wasted by him? That must be it. Idiot. You still refuse to accept reality, even now. Nanfeng Jiro could not be bothered with him anymore. 9 represented the pinnacle of numbers. As a first-level spirit condensation realm martial artist, the most was condensing 9 drops of spirit liquid. During the process of martial artists cultivating essence energy, it was also the process of using essence energy to strengthen the entire body. It was just that the strengthening effects for the divine soul were too poor and very hard to detect. But every breakthrough in a major realm would cause a qualitative leap in terms of body strengthening. The divine soul would also follow and experience a qualitative change, resulting in a one-time transformation. However, even after martial artists break through to the spirit condensation realm and their dantian received an immense boost, it could at most endure a total of 9 drops of spirit liquid. Any more would only result in the dantian to burst. Each one of these 9 drops of spirit liquid contained a colossal amount of essence energy. Every drop was virtually the total sum of essence energy held in reserve by essence chi realms. One could imagine just how formidable 9 drops of spirit liquid was. However, for a martial artist to achieve 9 drops of spirit liquid when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, it could only be described using these words: as difficult as ascending to heaven. The vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists condensed between 1 to 3 drops. Some genius martial artists could condense 4 drops and above, such as Nanfeng Jiro and Sui Shan. They both condensed 4 drops of spirit liquid. But above 4 drops, there would be a huge spike in difficulty, because the more spirit liquid that was condensed, the more essence energy would be required. And a martial artist dantian simply could not support such horrifying essence energy. The reason why Long Tang could suppress all with his 3rd-level spirit condensation realm cultivation was that he condensed 5 spirit liquid drops. Each realm breakthrough in the spirit condensation realm, due to limitations of the dantian, could only once again condense the same amount formed at the 1st-level spirit condensation realm. That was to say, when Long Tang was at the 3rd-level spirit condensation realm, he already had 15 spirit liquid drops, while other 4th-level spirit condensation realm students merely possessed 16 spirit liquid drops. To perception geniuses such as Long Tang, such a minute difference was simply unworthy of being mentioned. Hence, he could firmly occupy the place of number 1 on the martial roll. In other words, the number of spirit liquid drops condensed when breaking through to the spirit condensation realm represented the kind of heights a martial artist could reach in the future. Just think about it. When a 9 spirit liquid drops martial artist is at the 9th level spirit condensation realm, it would be 9 by 9, 81 spirit liquid drops, while a 1 spirit liquid drop martial artist would only have 9 spirit liquid drops. It was simply impossible to compensate for this sort of difference with other aspects. Of course, the vast majority of martial artists were at 3 drops and below. Hence, the difference between them would not be overly distinct. It was just that if 3 drops and below martial artists did not have any heaven-defying lucky chances, they would stop at the spirit condensation realm in this lifetime. Desiring to break through to the crystal formation realm would be impossibly difficult. To want to break through to the crystal formation realm, one must possess at least 4 spirit liquid drops and above. Even so, not everybody could break through to the crystal formation realm. The more spirit liquid, the greater the chances of advancing to the crystal formation realm. However, there were merely a meager 2 martial artists who condensed 6 spirit liquid drops when they were at the 1st-level spirit condensation realm in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect domain. One of them was the current Tranquil Cloud sect leader, Yen Traceless. The difficulty of condensing 6 spirit liquid drops was evident from this. As for 7 drops and above, those were all myths. At least within the tranquil cloud sex domain, condensing 7 spirit liquid drops was completely unheard of. This was also the reason why Su Yishan was so astonished. Even if he did not believe Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops, he could not refute the fact that Yi Yuan condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. That was because the quant. 1. Tie of essence energy which Yi Yuan absorbed just now exceeded the amount he absorbed back then by quite too much. It far surpa S, said the volume of essence energy required for 6 spirit liquid drops, which was to say, Yi Yuan had already surpa S, said everyone in the tranquil cloud sect domain. This fact made Su Yishan infinitely depressed, endlessly jealous, and also utterly terrified. Sure enough, the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness already far exceeded his understanding. 7 spirit liquid drops. That meant that no matter how casually Yi Yuan cultivated in the future, he could cultivate to the crystal formation realm. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was already so terrifying while at the 9th level essence Qi realm. Now that he condensed 7 spirit liquid drops in one go, what extent would his strength soar to? If he knew that Yi Yuan did not condense 7 spirit liquid drops, but instead the 9 drops which he dared not even think about, who knew what he would think? In reality, not only Su Yishan dare not imagine it, but even Nanfeng Zhiro also did not dare to imagine that. She said 8 spirit liquid drops just to ridicule Su Yishan. Honestly speaking, even she did not really believe that Yi Yuan could condense 8 spirit liquid drops, because that would be too inhuman. 9 drops of spirit liquid, huh? Didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would actually be so perfect. Way stronger compared to my previous life. Yi Yuan also felt rather emotional. In his previous life, Yi Yuan only condensed 7 spirit liquid drops. Among the pinnacle powers in the divine realm, 7 spirit liquid drops were not considered very impressive. The true blue geniuses all condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. In the lower realms, 9 spirit liquid drops were something which only existed in the legends. But in the divine realm, there were a few people who could achieve it. Of course, that was also because Yi Yuan did not hold any interest in the martial path. Otherwise, with his degree of monstrousness, 9 spirit liquid drops was not at all that amazing. But this time around, under the double effects of the Spirit Surge Pill and the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, he finally achieved the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly felt his divine soul quiver and a head-splitting pain transmitted over. See, so painful. Is it starting? Condensing spirit liquid was only fulfilling half of the breakthrough to spirit condensation realm. There was still another half, which was the baptism of the divine soul. This was the true sense of the first qualitative change of the martial artist's divine soul. It was of vital importance. Chapter 150, Sudden Change in Situation. Chapter 150, Sudden Change in Situation. Crack. Crack. The initially vast clear skies of the endless forest had an abrupt change and was covered up by layer upon layers of dark clouds. Countless streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, while the sound of rolling thunder came from the far away to near. What happened? What's going on? Su Yishan's complexion turned ashen. He had never seen such abnormal weather and could instinctively sense that things were not quite right. The feeling that this sudden change in the situation did not seem to have formed naturally. Rather, it seemed like a phenomenon brought about when some powerhouse broke through cultivation realms. Yuan Fei's eyes shone like he seemed to know what was happening. Hence, he lightly patted Nanfeng Zhiro's shoulder, and his other hand picking up Su Yishan like a baby chick as he shot away even further in the distance. This time around, Yuan Fei moved away even further away from Yi Yuan, a distance of several miles. Smack! Yuan Fei casually threw Su Yishan down, but his gaze was fixed firmly at the place Yi Yuan was breaking through. Nan Fengzhiro also caught up right then as she stared at Yuan Fei in total bewilderment. She really wanted to ask Yuan Fei just what in the world happened, but they were unable to communicate, so Yuan Fei would not understand even if she asked. But looking at Yuan Fei's actions, could it be that the source of this phenomenon was actually Yi Yuan? How was this possible? Such a phenomenon was impossible to have even if one broke through to the crystal formation realm, let alone breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Just what on earth happened on Yi Yuan's body? Sui Shan picked himself up rather miserably and just happened to meet Nanfeng Jiro's baffled gaze. He involuntarily became Aya said, "Don't look at me. How would I know what happened? This Yi Yuan is a natural-born freak. Freak. Sui Shan did not dare to get mad at Yuan Fei, so he could only say freak 3 times consecutively to express his displeasure, and at the same time conceal the deep shock within his heart. Through Yuan Fei's reaction, Sui Shan clearly also realized that the source of this phenomenon was Yi Yuan. However, he just could not figure out how Yi Yuan could invoke such a horrifying phenomenon when he was merely breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Nan Fengzhiro was speechless for some time before she said, "Yi Yuan's gathering qi and then liquefying it is already completed. Now it should be the divine soul transformation. But would the divine soul transformation invoke such a phenomenon? Could it be due to him condensing 7 spirit liquid drops? I already said that I don't know. Divine soul transformation is just symbolical. How can it possibly trigger such a phenomenon?" Sui Shan said crossly. Nan Fengzhiro thought about it for a long time and also could not come up with an explanation. She could only observe Yi Yuan's movements closely. Meanwhile, over 10,000 miles away at the tranquil cloud sect, an old man filled with a sage-like bearing broke out of his seclusion and looked at the phenomenon in the distance with a grave expression. "It's over at the endless forest. What happened? Could another Tier 4 demonic beast be born? But it's also not possible for Tier 4 demonic beasts to trigger such a phenomenon." Somewhere deep in the endless forest, an elderly man who was only skin and bones looked at the phenomenon towering the skies with a similarly solemn expression. Which old demon broke through? Such a level of phenomenon is simply inconceivable. I'd better stay further away from him. Breaking through in the endless forest. Doesn't this fellow scared of provoking that old demon in there? Although the elderly man was very curious about what happened, he still turned around and left without looking back. Over at the other side of the endless forest, this place was hailed as a land forbidden to humans, the 10,000 Demons Valley. There were countless powerful demonic beasts within. In the deepest part of the 10,000 Demons Valley, inside a cave, a youth actually sat there cross-legged. The youth was presently training in meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. He murmured to himself, "It's the aura of a human." To think that such a heaven-defying existence appeared once again among the humans. What a pity. I'm also at the most critical juncture right now. Otherwise, I would go and meet him. Finus. Plussing. The youth shut his eyes again, cutting off all of his senses. This instant, countless masters in the endless world was startled by the phenomenon caused by Yi Yuan. It was just that no matter how they thought, they did not imagine that such a level of phenomenon was caused by a puny little spirit condensation realm. However, Yi Yuan's current body condition was not great. See, why is the divine soul transformation in the spirit condensation realm so painful? Yi Yuan was currently experiencing a head-splitting pain, his divine soul feeling like it was being shredded, making him wish that he was dead. Yi Yuan had the past experience of breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, so of course he knew what the spirit condensation realm's divine soul transformation was all about. But now, this sort of agony had greatly said his experience. Arg! Yi Yuan finally could not take it anymore. He clutched his own head and started rolling around on the ground in anguish. In the distance, Nan Fengjiro, who saw the situation, was greatly alarmed. She was about to launch herself over when she was stopped by Yuan Fei. "Ape King, can't you see how much pain Yi Yuan is in? Quickly go and save him." Nan Fengjiro was almost in tears. Yuan Fei just shook his head and did not have any intention of heading over. "Yuan Fei, Yi Yuan is your master. If something happens to him, you'll also suffer retribution." Nan Fengjiro threatened when she saw that she could not persuade Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei waved his hands again and continued to be unmoved. Nan Fengjiro saw Yi Yuan rolling around non-stop on the ground, appearing like he was in increasingly tormenting pain and could no longer endure it. She raised a palm to attack Yuan Fei. However, Yuan Fei's speed was even greater than hers. He directly gave a hand chop to the back of Nan Fengjiro's neck, and Nan Fengjiro promptly fainted. Su Yishan, who was watching at the sides, was unclear what was going on. Did this Yuan Fei really want to see Yi Yuan die? However, Yuan Fei did not give him much time to ponder. With the same hand chop down, Su Yishan also fainted. Finus, H.I. Plussing these, Yuan Fei seated on the ground and quietly watched Yi Yuan, who was struggling on the ground. The current Yi Yuan felt that his entire body was about to be ripped apart. Even as somebody who had been through 2 lives, he had never tasted this sort of feeling. Ji Qingyin was an expert in terms of souls. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to become the youngest alchemy emperor. However, he had never experienced this sort of torment even during his previous life, where he broke through so many cultivation realms. This was only breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan's mind was on the verge of being extinguished. During this time, it was the desire towards life which sustained him, making his soul preserve that last trace of clarity and eternity. He, Ji Qingyin, wanted to take revenge. He, Ji Qingyin, wanted to charge back to the divine realm and kill the traitor with his own hands. Ji Kanglin was still living well in the divine realm. How could he, Ji Qingyin, die just like this? Yi Yuan was unresigned. Using his last trace of clarity, Yi Yuan revolved the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. This was his first time revolving the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation in this lifetime. Because cultivating soul strength below the spirit condensation realm did not hold any meaning whatsoever. Even so, Yi Yuan's familiarity towards the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation originated from the deepest parts of the soul. In his previous life, he cultivated this technique countless times. This skill was akin to a part of his body. In his previous life, Ji Qingyin did not hold much interest towards cultivation methods, and was also uninterested in martial techniques. He was only infatuated with soul manuals. As an alchemist, Ji Qingyin could not do without soul manuals. However, the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, which had proved effective every time, actually failed this time. How was this possible? Chapter 151, Divine Text. Chapter 151, Divine Text Arg. What's going on? Yi Yuan howled agonizingly in his mind. The 1,000 augmenting soul incantation was an absolutely powerful soul cultivation method in the divine realm. Ji Qingyin and his father only became renowned throughout the divine realm because of cultivating this technique. But now, even the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation could not resolve the issue of the divine soul tearing. It was but a one-time simple breakthrough. How could something like this happen? Just as Yi Yuan was completely helpless and hovering on the edge of absolute despair, his divine soul once again underwent an abnormal change. Numerous golden-colored unknown texts slowly drifted into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, akin to the trickling of a stream, immediately noise. H.I. Plussing Yi Yuan's divine soul. These golden texts were incomparably profound and mysterious. Each word vanished after entering Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, and Yi Yuan's divine soul was also being repaired. Gradually, the pain of the divine soul being torn apart lessened, all the way until it disappeared entirely. However, the inflow of these gold texts did not end. They continued to enter Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Not only did it fully mend Yi Yuan's divine soul, it even nourished Yi Yuan's divine soul, strengthening it slowly. What are these texts? To actually have such a miraculous effect? Even being an U.S. Trias alchemy emperor in his previous life, Yi Yuan had never seen such an abstruse and abnormal thing before. Merely the text itself could strengthen the divine soul. Just what kind of heaven-defying means was this? Could these texts be a soul cultivation method? Then, if one grasped these texts, wouldn't they become a heaven-defying existence? Could it be that these texts had already transcended this world and were the legendary divine script? For the sake of researching the alchemy path, Yi Yuan had read extensively on all books in his past life and learned countless languages. But he actually could not recognize any of these golden words. Where did these words come from? Why did they enter my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan was currently full of doubts and questions. The breakthrough in cultivation realm this time was way too abnormal. It had already said Yi Yuan's understanding. Yi Yuan's divine soul no longer hurt anymore, but to his dismay, he discovered that he could not do anything. He could only let those texts enter his sea of consciousness freely. Since he could not do anything, then Yi Yuan might as well just lay there and started to savor these golden texts. With this bout of savoring, Yi Yuan immediately felt that these golden texts were out of the ordinary. Between each brush and stroke, it divulged the allure of Tao. This was an indescribable, sort of boundless feeling, as if what these texts were currently describing was the stretch of heaven and earth. This feeling even gave Yi Yuan an illusion of tearing through the firmament. Ji Qingyin was formerly a divine king powerhouse, but his cultivation realm was completely piled up using medicinal pills. He did not necessarily have a very deep understanding of heavenly Tao. Even so, he was a genuine divine king. His comprehension of the heavenly Tao was extremely deep. But when he looked at these texts, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding was worse than dog S. H-I+T. In front of these characters, Yi Yuan felt that his understanding of heavenly Tao was just like a toddler learning how to walk. Even if Yi Yuan could not understand them, the impact of the deep, resonant feeling of the boundless great Tao contained within these words pierced deep into the soul. Could these words really be the divine script? An existence lording above divine king? But where did they come from? Could it be that these texts automatically entered my sea of consciousness with my one-time breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm? But I didn't step on sh*t today. Yi Yuan knew that he picked up a treasure. With his knowledge and horizons, he naturally knew the extraordinariness of these words. Even the spirit bristle 9 young divine art was likely not as good when in front of these characters. Even if these characters were not the legendary divine script, it was also an existence which could cause a frenzy in the entire divine realm. Yi Yuan was certain that once somebody in the divine realm knew that he possessed these texts, they would tear his divine soul into shreds with any hesitation and use all kinds of methods to search it out from his sea of consciousness. Even if they could not understand the contents of these texts, just placing it inside the sea of consciousness and giving it a look every day would be tremendously helpful to martial artists. The maxim of great Tao contained within these words might be able to help lead martial artists towards the deity realm. It's the deity realm. Just by thinking of these 2 words, Yi Yuan could not stop his body from trembling a little, which martial artist did not yearn for the deity realm. Even Ji Qingyin, who had no interest in the martial path in his previous life, fervently pursued that legendary alchemy G-O-D realm. To want to become an alchemy G-O-D first, one's divine soul must step into the deity realm. Without a deity-level divine soul, how could one possibly refine out deity rank medicinal pills? Presently, Yi Yuan could leap ranks to refine medicinal pills because these pills were too low-leveled. The requirements towards divine soul were not high, but as the level of the medicinal pill rose in tier, the difficulty of refining would also become increasingly difficult. Without the support of a powerful divine soul realm, it was impossible to refine them, if not for the sake of letting the divine soul undergo a transformation. Yi Yuan would not even be bothered to advance to the divine king realm. The deity realm could absolutely drive all martial artists insane. Yi Yuan produced a series of conjectures about these golden texts. Firstly, could these golden texts be a soul cultivation method written using the divine script? Highly probable. That was because these texts could be used directly on the soul. Not only did it repair his damaged divine soul, it even nourished and strengthened his divine soul. Secondly, if one could completely comprehend these golden characters, did that mean that they could break through the chains of heaven and earth and gain access to that deity realm which enraptured all? Also possible, but Yi Yuan felt that it might not be so easy. The profundity of these golden texts could no longer be described using words. Even with Yi Yuan's peerless talent, he was unable to comprehend 1/10,000th of it. It was easier said than done to want to comprehend it thoroughly. Apart from this, the reason for the deity realm to dwindle to zero was unknown. But most likely it was not as easy to take that step as mastering a set of cultivation law. Even if this set of cultivation law was a deity realm cultivation method, 100,000 years ago, all the deity realm powerhouses in the divine realm vanished overnight. Body knew where they went, and body knew why they disappeared. But ever since then, the divine realm had never given birth to another deity realm powerhouse. Not just that, all the secrets involving the deity realm also seemed to have vanished overnight since then. 100,000 years had passed, and time had buried even more secrets in oblivion. Today, body knew how to break through to the deity realm anymore. In these 100,000 years, there had been countless dazzlingly shocking geniuses who wanted to try all sorts of means to smash the fetters. In the end, it all came to naught. There were even some unrivaled powerhouses who fell during Midway, leaving behind infinite regrets. Ji Qinyin had once been hailed as the genius figure most likely to break through to becoming an alchemy G.O.D. But even that was only everyone's flattery, or perhaps it was everyone's affirmation of him, because body truly felt that he could genuinely break through to the alchemy G.O.D. realm. That was because this was 100,000 years shackle, and body could break it apart. While Yi Yuan's imaginations were running wild, that sheet of golden texts already completely entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Just as Yi Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, his entire being was like he got shocked by lightning. His divine soul also shuddered as tears started flowing out. Chapter 152. A father's love is akin to a mountain. Chapter 152. A father's love is akin to a mountain inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Two faint silhouettes stood as they faced each other. Yi Yuan looked at this kindly but big and tall figure as he wept bitterly. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I should have long thought of this. In this whole wide world, who would do all this for me except for you? Yi Yuan's tears covered his face as his emotions were virtually crumbling. Ever since birth, Yi Yuan had always been calm and collected. He had never lost control of his emotions like this before. He had buried the hatred at the bottom of his heart all along and placed all of his energy on cultivation. He only hoped to be able to charge back to the divine realm one day and kill that traitor. But this time around, facing this person, he could no longer keep his cool. This was the father who raised him, taught him alchemy, and taught him cultivation. The most powerful alchemy emperor in the divine realm, Ji Zhenyang. A man would not shed tears easily unless his heart was broken. Ji Zhenyang had an amiable appearance and did not develop a baleful aura from being murdered by that traitor. His gaze toward Yi Yuan was filled with tender love. Ji Xingyang smiled kindly and said, Yun-er, to be able to see you reincarnate and get a new lease on life, Father is very comforted. Has all been well? Good. Good. Everything has been good for this child. I just often miss Father very much. Yi Yuan choked. Ha. What's the point of missing a dead person? Since you have a new Tai, a new life, you should go and live that new life. Don't wallow in the past. The Medicine King Hall is already the past. Things that had happened, just let them be. Ji Xingyang smiled and said very nonchalantly, How can I? Father's debt of grat. 1. Toot for raising me up. Even if Yun'er is ground to dust, I wouldn't dare to forget. And that traitor, how can I dispel my grinding hatred if I don't tear his corpse to shreds? Yun'er dare not forget the scene of Father's death. With heaven's grace, I, Ji Qingyun, came back to life. How can I be considered human if I don't avenge this enmity? Ji Xingyang stretched out an illusionary hand and lightly caressed Yi Yuan's head like the past. Except the current Ji Xingyang was a remnant soul without a corporeal body. How could he touch Yi Yuan? However, Ji Xingyang did not seem to mind this. Although his hand said through Yi Yuan and did not touch anything, his face still revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. Oh, Yun'er, you reviving is not some heaven's blessing. It's Father who used a divine soul secret art to send you to the lower realms. But Father did not send you to the lower realms to hope for you spend your days living in hatred and be blinded by hatred. That way, you would become a machine for revenge. That's not the outcome I wish to see. Ji Xingyang sighed and said. Yi Yuan trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Him reincarnating was actually due to Father using a great arcane ability? How? How was this possible? However, Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and immediately said agitatedly, Father, since you have this kind of powers, did you also arrange yourself to reincarnate? Where did you reincarnate? I'm going to find you. Ji Zhengyang smiled and said, You're overthinking it, Yun'er. Ji Kanglin schemed for such a long time. How could he give Father a chance for my divine soul to escape? Back then, Father already expended all my effort to send you away. It was only because he underestimated Father's strength that I could give you a slim chance of survival. At that time, my divine soul was almost entirely pulverized by him. It was at an extremely frail and weak state, but it did not dissipate. It was merely because his divine soul realm could not detect my presence. Hence, I concealed within the void and waited until he was killing you to execute an almighty deception secret art to make him think that your soul already dissipated. Then my remnant soul brought your divine soul to shuttle through the void and enter the lower realms. Only now did Yi Yuan knew that his reincarnation was not accidental, but a feeble thread of hope sought out for him by Ji Xingyang risking the complete exhaustion of his divine soul. Ji Xingyang described it easily, but Yi Yuan could feel the peril back then. Ji Kanglin's divine soul realm was not low, and it was absolutely impossible for him to not discover a remnant soul. Ji Xingyang had to outsmart Ji Kanglin's probing and go into hiding, and he also needed to execute the secret art to make Ji Kanglin think that Yi Yuan was already dead. Then he shattered the void to bring Yi Yuan to the lower realms. This process was an extremely huge drain on the divine soul. If not to save him, Ji Xingyang completely had the ability to escape alone. With Ji Xingyang's divine soul realm, reincarnating was not something hard. However, Ji Xingyang did not do so. Instead, he did everything he could to leave this thin thread of hope for him. This was the choice made by a father before he died. Such a father's love akin to mountains and oceans. How should Yi Yuan repay it? He had no chance to. If he could, Yi Yuan would rather that the person who died was him. But Yi Yuan knew that his father's remnant soul could not hold on much longer. This farewell would be forever. Father, I. When Ji Zhengyang finished talking, Yi Yuan was already choking through sobs. No one knew a man better than his own father. Ji Zhengyang had never doubted his son's filial piety. Hence he smiled and said, Yuner, father did not tell you all these to make you think about revenge and whatnot. I only wish for you to know that father only hope you will live on well and not become a machine seeking revenge. But Ji Kanglin is so treacherous. Are we going to let things go just like this? Yi Yuan asked very unwillingly. Ji Xingyang shook his head and said, Father did not mean that. I also know I can't stop your vengeance. You have your memories of your previous life. Ascending to the divine realm in the future is a certainty. You'll also meet Ji Kanglin sooner or later. But father does not wish for you to be completely clouded by hatred. What's the difference between the such of you and a walking corpse? If you really kill Ji Kanglin, then your life would completely lose meaning. At that time, you'll also lose yourself, and your cultivation realm will no longer advance too. Yuner, you have to halt your footsteps to pay attention to the people around you. Don't let down their expectations of you. You are no longer Ji Qingyan now. Yi Yuan's mind trembled. Images of Yi Hang, Ren Hongling, Luer, Nan Feng Ruoqing, Nan Feng Zhiro, Huyan Yan, Tang Yu involuntarily appeared inside his head. That's right. I'm no longer Ji Qingyan anymore. I'm currently Yi Yuan. I have a family, teachers, and friends. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father, this child understands. Be at ease. I'm still your son, Ji Qingyan. However, I'm also Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's son, Yi Yuan. I won't disappoint you all. Ji Zhenyang had a smile in his eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with his son. In fact, he had always been very pleased with his son ever since his birth. Even though they were separated by life and death today, it was enough for him to know that he was living on well. Ha! When has my Yuner ever disappointed me? However, you have to promise, Father, in the future when you return to the divine realm, you have to act within your capability. Never forcefully do things. While Ji Kanglin might be powerful, it's impossible for him to overturn the Medicine King Hall alone. There's definitely an even more powerful person behind him. Ji Zhengyang warned him. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Relax, Father. This child knows what to do. Father, this child will definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime and attain the long-cherished wish from our previous life. Chapter 153. Medicine Gods Soul Canon. Chapter 153. Medicine G. Oh, D Soul Canon. Seeing Yi Yuan mention the deity realm, a yearning look also appeared on Ji Xingyang's face. Deity realm? That's truly a long-cherished Wisconsin H. Plus, Yuner, Father believes that you can crack this 100,000-year mystery and step into the deity realm. Ji Zhengyang chose to believe Yi Yuan's wildly rampant words when he heard it without any hesitation at all. Father, you can actually send this child down to the lower realms to reincarnate. Just what realm did your divine soul reach? Yi Yuan voiced out the query in his heart. Yi Yuan's previous life's divine soul was also very powerful, yet he was unable to achieve reincarnation, let alone talked about resurrecting other people. Therefore, he was very curious just how strong Father was, to actually let him resurrect. Ji Zhengyang smiled and said, As long as you properly study the medicine G, D Soul Canon, with your talent and perception, reaching my level is not something hard. Medicine G, D Soul Canon? Could it be those golden characters that entered my sea of consciousness? Yi Yuan asked in amazement. That's right. Father's divine soul realm subsequently soared fiercely due to the effects of studying the medicine D's soul canon daily. So that's how it is. No wonder Father can refine a half-step divine pill. So it's actually due to obtaining such a mystical arcane canon. Could it be that Father's divine soul really reached the legendary half-step deity realm? Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Ji Xingyang shook his head and said with a smile, "What half-step divine pill?" "That's all concocted by Ji Kanglin. That medicinal pill was at most slightly stronger than peak tier 9 medicinal pills. How can it be worthy of being called a half-step divine pill? As for divine soul realm, I'm still very far away from half-step deity realm. If I reached the half-step deity realm, how could Ji Kanglin have the opportunity to lay hands on me? However, the more I understand the medicine D soul canon, the more I feel that the deity realm is vague and abstruse." Yi Yuan was also formerly a divine king realm. He could naturally sense the mythical and illusory allure of the deity realm. But hearing Ji Zhenyang say that, he felt that the future would be riddled with difficulties. This medicine D soul canon was so mystical, and it was actually unable to help Father step foot into the deity realm. "Father, where did you get this medicine D soul canon from? Why have I never heard of it before?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Father acquired this medicine D soul canon from the Sval mountain range. But this medicine D soul canon is only an incomplete canon. To this date, I also don't know its origins. When I obtained it, it was only a tattered book, very inconspicuous. But when I used divine sense to inspect it, these golden characters actually automatically imprinted within my divine soul. I was also unable to retrieve it. I could only study it every day, all the way until my divine soul realm had some breakthrough. Then only I was barely able to control these golden characters," Ji Xingyang explained. "It's actually the Sval mountain range. No wonder. Roughly 10 years ago, or so before Father died, you joined hands with numerous divine king powerhouses to barge into the Sval mountain range together. I'm afraid that the medicine D soul canon was obtained during then, right?" Yi Yuan had a look of realization. Divine king experts were indeed pinnacle existences in the divine realm. However, it was not like they could travel freely anywhere around the world. In the divine realm, there were some forbidden places. Even if divine king experts entered, just a moment of carelessness and there would be the risk of Paris. The Sval mountain range was one of them. As the name suggests, a place where even deity realm powerhouses had to perish. What did divine king experts count for? Of course, there was another saying about the Sval mountain range. Countless eons ago, an earth-shattering great war took place in that place. Those Partic 1P aiding in the Great War were all deity realm powerhouses. In that battle, many deity realm experts fell. Hence, that place was later called the Sval mountain range. But too much time had said. As for which saying was true, it could no longer be determined. Only one thing was certain. That was the Sval mountain range was an extremely perilous place, but also a place with tremendous lucky chances. This medicine D soul canon might have been a soul cultivation method left behind by some deity realm expert. Ji Xingyang nodded and said, "That's right, it was obtained back then. You have also seen the medicine D soul canon and should understand its allure. I was also unable to grasp these golden characters back then, so I temporarily did not tell you. Later on, when I planned to impart you the medicine D soul canon, that unexpected incident happened. Sigh. Truly fate makes a fool out of men. With your talent, if you were given several hundred years to comprehend the medicine D soul canon, you might really achieve half-deity realm. To divine king experts, several hundred years was not considered long. It might just be the duration of a retreat. For Ji Xingyang to give Yi Yuan a time limit of merely several hundred years. It was clear just how confident he was in his son's talent. But when Yi Yuan heard that, he said, "Father, perhaps this lifetime is my opportunity. In my previous life, I neglected the martial path. Even if I had acquired the medicine D soul canon, I might not be able to reach half-deity realm. In this life, I'll pour my heart into the martial path and pursue that unparalleled deity realm. I absolutely won't let Father down. Ji Zhengyang smiled and said, I naturally won't be disappointed. Father has already observed your new body. You cultivated very well, and your foundation is also very solid. You condensed 9 spirit drops, and the divine soul transformation was also very flawless. As long as you take each step forward firmly, stepping into the deity realm in the future is definitely not a dream. All right, time is almost up. Father should go. In the future, when Father isn't by your side, you have to take good care of yourself. As he was talking, Ji Xingyang's body became increasingly faint. This was the sign of a remnant soul about to vanish. Plus Yi Yuan's eyes instantly blurred once again. The father and son barely managed to reunite, yet it was so fleeting. This goodbye was forever. Yi Yuan desperately tried to grab hold of Ji Xingyang, but how could he clutch a remnant soul on the verge of disappearing? Don't worry, father. This child has already grown up. I'll take good care of myself. I'll definitely step into the deity realm in the future. Even if I have to try every means, I'll definitely find a way to revive you, Yi Yuan said with tears in his eyes. Haha, silly boy. Life and death are set by the heaven. You just have to live well by yourself, and that would do. Ji Xingyang's remnant soul gradually became fainter, hazier, and finally vanished into nothingness. Once again watching his father leave him, Yi Yuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He only hated himself for being too weak. If he had Father's former strength, he could surely hold onto Father's divine soul and even revive him. But right now, he was unable to do anything. Yi Yuan once again experienced that sort of deep helplessness. He disliked this sort of feeling very much. Yi Yuan, must definitely step into the deity realm in this lifetime. The heartless heavens treat everything as straw dogs. I, Yi Yuan, have to carve out my own great Tao and oppose this heaven. At this point, Yi Yuan already returned to reality. Yi Yuan held at the skies. At this point, Yi Yuan's breakthrough to the spirit condensation realm was finally completed. The heaven and earth phenomenon faded away as if it had never appeared. Yuan Fei brought the unconscious Nanfeng Zhiro and Sui Shan in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had not yet completely recovered from his grief. Seeing Sui Shan, his killing intent involuntarily surged. Chapter 154. How can you be so strong? Chapter 154. How can you be so strong? What happened to me? Yi Yuan. You're fine, that's great. Nanfeng Zhiro slowly woke up, seeing Yi Yuan safe and sound. She could not help being overjoyed. Unknowingly, Nanfeng Zhiro's concern towards Yi Yuan had already become an involuntary habit. It's just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. What could happen? Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the grief in his heart and said with a forced smile, But you really frightened people to death just now. Rolling on the ground while clutching her head, I even thought you. I saw your distressing appearance and wanted to come over to help you, but I was knocked unconscious by this fellow. Humph. Nanfeng Zhiro pointed at Yuan Fei and said with a displeased look, If not for Yuan Fei being too powerful, she probably would have swung her sword over at this time. He's right in not letting you come over, so don't blame him anymore. My divine soul transformation is different from others. I'll experience a type of special baptism. That's why it's so painful. Earlier, the several dozen feet radius around me was extremely dangerous. Your divine soul would have suffered injuries if you came over rashly, Yi Yuan explained. Nanfeng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan with suspicion and then looked at Yuan Fei. Really? Of course it's true. If not, you can feel my soul strength, and you'll know that what I said isn't false. As he spoke, Yi Yuan released his soul strength. Yuan Fei and Nanfeng Zhiro clearly felt that surge of soul strength. You actually directly broke through to middle-rank alchemy master's soul strength? Nanfeng Zhiro had a face as if she saw a ghost. Even her speech became stammers. By the side, Yuan Fei also found it unexpected. 2-8 Bibe. ALLS flickered. Clearly, he was also very surprised. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's soul strength followed their cultivation realm. The level of cultivation would possess a matching soul strength, apart from those people with naturally powerful divine souls. Before Yi Yuan's broke through, his divine soul was roughly the same as the average person. Even if he went through divine soul transformation, it should have only been to the extent of low-rank alchemy master soul strength. How could he directly possess middle-rank alchemy master soul strength? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't I say just now? My divine soul transformation is different from others. Having experienced such a painful divine soul baptism, what I obtained was naturally more than others. But, if you possess middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, wouldn't you be able to directly refine high-grade tier to medicinal pills?" Nanfeng Zhiro exclaimed in shock. She recalled that Yi Yuan could refine tier 2 medicinal pills when he was at the 4th level essence chi realm. Then, did that not mean that he possessed the strength of a high-rank alchemy master at minimum currently? Wasn't this too quick? High-grade tier 2? Even if I didn't reach middle-rank alchemy master soul strength, that's also not an issue. To Yi Yuan, these medicinal pills from the state of Qin had no challenge at all. Refining high-grade tier 2 medicinal pills were too easy. The real challenge was those medicinal pills which Serpa S said high-grade tier 2. If Yi Yuan's soul strength did not have a breakthrough, there might really be some difficulties in refining it. After all, tier 2 medicinal pills were way harder than tier 1 medicinal pills. To go even further, by leaping ranks to refine medicinal pills, the difficulty naturally also increased. Nanfeng Zhiro sucked in a deep breath before saying, "Su Yishan was really spot on about something." Yi Yuan was stunned and asked, "What did he say about me?" "You're a freak. Freak. Freak." It was rare for Nanfeng Zhiro to acknowledge something Su Yishan said because each and everything that happened on Yi Yuan's body could not be described using the word normal, so it could only be described using freak. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How rare for Su Yishan's appraisal of me to be so high. In order to thank him, I'll give him a chance to fight fairly." Nanfeng Zhiro was greatly startled when she heard that and quickly said, "You aren't really going to go one-on-one with him, right? You just broke through. With Yuan Fei and me around, you don't have to be swayed by personal feelings." The meaning of that was that Yi Yuan was obviously not Su Yishan's match. Nanfeng Zhiro's thinking was not wrong. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, and he was surely even more impressive after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. He had just broken through after all, and Su Yishan was 3 minor realms higher than him. This distance could not be compensated so easily. Nanfeng Zhiro knew that after the spirit condensation realm, jumping ranks to battle would be even more difficult because the disparity between each minor realm was even greater. A 3-spirit liquid drops 1st level spirit condensation realm and a 2nd level spirit condensation realm, who likewise condensed 3 spirit liquid drops. There was a whole 3 spirit liquid drops difference between them. That also meant that the difference in essence energy quant 1 tie between them was 100%. It was very hard to compensate for this sort of disparity without heaven-defying methods. Between Yi Yuan and Su Yishan, there was a full 3 minor realms gap between them. There was even a minor stage in between. The disparity in between was too big. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Right then, Su Yishan also slowly awakened. Seeing Yi Yuan's currently sizing him up with ill intentions, his heart HI plus Vered for no reason. Come on, Su Ishan. I said that I'll give you the chance to duel me. Now, let's carry out a one-on-one death match. Yi Yuan's words carried an imposing air as if he showed disdain on everyone. You really want to go one-on-one with me? Su Ishan clearly also did not dare to believe it. Yi Yuan's advantage over here was too clear. There was simply no need to do this sort of foolish thing. What? You're unwilling? Yi Yuan's tone turned icy. Willing? Of course I'm willing, Su Ishan hurriedly responded. At this point, he already had no choice. Since Yi Yuan himself was being stupid, then wouldn't he be as dumb as Yi Yuan if he did not grasp this opportunity well? It was just that he was worried Yi Yuan merely only using him to measure his strength, and he would still make Yuan Fei kill him in the end. If it were him, he would definitely do that. You don't have to worry. Yuan Fei and senior apprentice sister Nanfeng won't attack. As long as you can kill me, you can leave this place. I'll make Yuan Fei hold back senior apprentice sister Nanfeng and not let her attack. Yuan saw through Su Ishan's concerns and said calmly, Yi Yuan, you. Nanfeng Jiro immediately jumped up, but was held back by Yuan Fei. Su Ishan could not help becoming ecstatic when he saw this scene. These few days had been too aggrieved for him. Having lived for nearly 20 years, he had never suffered such injustice before. Huh? Yi Yuan, you asked for it yourself. Then don't blame me for not holding back. You aren't naive enough to think that you're really my match after just breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, right? One-on-one isn't the time for being a training partner anymore. Su Ishan laughed madly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, so much C-R-A-P. Come on. You're courting death, Yi Yuan. Su Ishan gritted his teeth and attacked Yi Yuan with a punch. If in the past, Yi Yuan would definitely evade this punch at the first moment. But now, Yi Yuan did not run or dodge. He directly struck out with an 8th layer wave. The two of them clashed together. Rumble. After an intense collision, the pair each retreated several steps. An incredulous shock was written all over Su Ishani's face. Didn't you just broke through to the spirit condensation realm? How can you be this strong? Chapter 155. Venting Emotions. Chapter 155. Venting Emotions. Su Ishan was all too familiar with Yi Yuan's moves. Stacking waves layered palm, 8th layered wave. But the question was, how could the 8th layered wave have such incredible power? It was actually not at a disadvantage when class H-I plussing with his palm. No matter how strong the 8th layered wave was, it was just a tier 1 martial technique. Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. A first-level spirit condensation realm using a tier 1 martial technique could actually have a draw with a 4th-level spirit condensation realm martial artist like him? Since when were tier 1 martial techniques so powerful? Since when were first-level spirit condensation realms so strong? Yi Yuan curled his lips and said with displeasure, Indeed, tier 1 martial techniques are no longer suitable. Yi Yuan had just broken through to the spirit condensation realm. Apart from the movement technique, Spirit Void Shattering S.P.A.C., all his martial techniques, including the Absolute Yang Finger, were all Tier 1 martial techniques. Using a Tier 1 martial technique to battle a 4th-level Spirit Condensation Realm was clearly not quite enough. That clash just now looked to be evenly matched, but in reality he was at a clear disadvantage. The impact Yi Yuan suffered was much greater than Su Ishan's. The distance he retreated was also farther. Nanfeng Jiro also had her mouth wide open when she saw this scene and no longer struggled in Yuan Fei's arms. It was very clear that this scene gave her a similarly huge shock. Even though that palm from Su Ishan just now was not his strongest move, he did not hold back any strength. Middle rank tier, 2 martial technique, plus 4th level spirit condensation realm strength. No matter how one looked at it, the outcome should be Yi Yuan heavily injured and puking blood. However, Yi Yuan merely moved back a few steps. Nanfeng Jiro suddenly thought of something and asked out loud, "Yi Yuan, just how many drops of spirit liquid did you condense?" With Nanfeng Jiro asking, Su Yishan also perked up his ears. He was also very curious whether it was 7 drops or 8 drops. Yi Yuan did not turn his head back and just said casually, 9 drops. Su Yishan's eyes popped out. "And I 9 drops? Impossible. How can there possibly be a person who can condense out 9 spirit liquid drops in this world and not have their dantian burst?" Yi Yuan said calmly, "You don't know doesn't mean that there isn't. The state of Qin is merely a small place. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well." "What kind of joke is this? I don't believe it. Frog at the bottom of a well. You said it like you aren't someone from the state of Qin." "Haha, I know. You must have only condensed 7 drops and want to make yourself look good. Either that, or you're trying to shake my state of mind." Not that Su Yishan was unwilling to believe, but because 9 spirit liquid drops were truly even more mythical than legends. The way he perceived it, it was completely impossible to appear. And yet, Yi Yuan said he condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, shattering the absolute of Su Yishan's knowledge. Hence, he chose to not believe. But deep down inside, a discordant voice was telling Su Yishan that what Yi Yuan said was true. Otherwise, how could one explain why Yi Yuan could pair a Tier 1 martial technique with his first-level spirit condensation realm and be equally matched with him? Even though Su Yishan had never seen 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for 7 spirit liquid drops martial artists to possess such a powerful strength. That was to say, Yi Yuan condensed at least 8 spirit liquid drops, maybe even the 9 drops, which Su Yishan was reluctant to admit. "I was just stating a fact, not to make you believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The outcome won't change," Yi Yuan said indifferently. "Humph. I don't believe you then. No matter how monstrous you are, you're just at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Can you oppose the heaven?" Su Yishan said indignantly. After that, Su Yishan rushed forward and collided together with Yi Yuan. The pair's movement techniques were quick to the extreme. They turned into 2 streaks of afterimages and clashed together nonstop. In a blink, they had crossed over a dozen exchanges. Su Yishan's movement technique goes without saying. He also trained in a high-grade Tier 2 movement technique, not at all inferior to Nanfeng Jiro's spirit swallow dance. However, after Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm and had the support of immense essence energy, the true might of the first stage of the spirit void shattering SPAC also emerged. His speed was actually even slightly faster than Su Yishan. Outsiders could not tell, but Su Yishan's senses were incomparably clear. Just because of that tiny bit, his attack was forever half a beat slower than Yi Yuan's. This also resulted in him being unable to unleash his full power each time. Yi Yuan's 8th layer wave and absolute yang finger were Tier 1 martial techniques with tremendous power, especially the absolute yang finger. Its power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as it was during the essence Qi realm. While it could not cause real harm to Su Yishan, it made him unable to leave it unrestrained. Yi Yuan made use of this half-a-beat advantage, coupled with the powerful might of the absolute yang finger and the 8th layered wave to forcefully fight Su Yishan to a draw. This sort of feeling made Su Yishan so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Currently, he was somewhat regretting playing such large stakes with Yi Yuan. He should have used his most powerful move right from the start and fight Yi Yuan to the death. Under the current situation, it was no longer possible even if he wanted to withdraw from the fight. It was like Yi Yuan went mad. He pestered him dead from the start till the end without giving him any chance to catch his breath. And it. To think that his movement technique is so strong. I fell for his trick. Su Yishan silently cursed as he dealt with things. His present thoughts were very simple: to find a chance to break free from the battle and then unleash a big move. However, Yi Yuan just refused to give him this chance. The current Yi Yuan was like an old bull which did not know fatigue. All his moves greeted Su Yishan's body like a raging tempest. Having just parted forever with his father, Yi Yuan's heart carried boundless grief. He turned this sorrow into battle power and unleashed it all on Su Yishan's body. The current Su Yishan was just the target to vent the emotions in his heart. Just like this, the two of them exchange over 100 rounds in 100 breaths of time. Boom! Another clash. But this time the pair separated. Yi Yuan finally gave up his entanglement with Su Yishan. The negative emotions in his heart were almost vented finish. After pulling apart, the pair were panting heavily. Clearly, such high-frequency clashes were very taxing on their stamina and essence energy. After panting a few times, Su Yishan recovered first. He said furiously to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, don't think that you're very impressive just because your movement technique is fast. If you have the capability, try breaking apart this move of mine for me to see." Finus. H.I. Plussing. Su Yishan raised both palms towards the skies. It was precisely the starting motion of the heaven-flipping palm. Su Yishan was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Displaying the heaven-flipping palm right now could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as back in the academy. And Astoni's H.I. Plussing aura undulated out. It actually made people feel that the sky was rent asunder and the earth was split open. Yi Yuan breathed in deeply and recollected his feelings. He took out the Tsanghua sword and said lightly, "The warm-up exercise is already done. Now, I'll send you on your way with the 9-sword stance, which was completed because of you guys' signation." Finus. H.I. Plussing. His silhouette split, and 9 Yuans appeared in front of Su Yishan's eyes. Su Yishan's pupils involuntarily shrunk when he saw the situation. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually still hiding such a formidable move. Changwon's fight only lasted for an instant. Back then, he was battling with Nan Fengjiro and did not witness how Yi Yuan avoided the signation. Also, during the subsequent spars, Yi Yuan did not use this move either. No matter how one looked at this, the 9 silhouettes gave Su Yishan an enormous shock. Chapter 156. Divine Soul Mystic Art. Chapter 156. Divine Soul Mystic Art. A terrifying sword intent similarly undulated out. Class. H.I. Plussing with Su Yishan's aura. It was actually not at a disadvantage at all. Su Yishan had an extremely strong impression of this sword intent. Back then, for Lu Ruoshui, Su Yishan was put into a sorry state by Yi Yuan. It was due to being struck by this sword intent. However, the current Azure Dipper floating zero sword art could not be mentioned in the same breath as it originally was anymore. Yi Yuan's sword intent realm was exceedingly high. It was just that he did not have the essence energy to match it. The Yi Yuan today had already broken through to the spirit condensation realm and condensed 9 spirit liquid drops. Displaying the might of the Azure Dipper floating zero sword art would naturally be several levels higher than what it was in the essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan no longer lined up in a straight line when he executed the 9 swords stance this time, but instead it was 9 disorganized figures. After the 9 sword stance was completed, Yi Yuan could already freely display these 9 silhouettes and also freely control the timing of releasing the sword beams. This way, the might of the 9 swords stance would be much greater. The sword beams released by the 9 disorderly silhouettes would be much harder to defend than if they lined up in a row. Also, Yi Yuan now could freely adjust the entire sword beam releasing duration according to the opponent's situation. This alteration in rhythm was the hardest to be on guard against. If the opponent was not overwhelmingly more powerful than Yi Yuan, then how could they defend the second sword beam when they had just blocked 1 sword beam and not mustered up new strength? This was the greatest aspect of this nine-sword stance that Yi Yuan created. Powerful sword intent synchronizing with multivariate attacks could let Yi Yuan's power soar once again. Su Yishan instinctively sensed that things were not right. But right now, it was like a notched arrow that had to be released. Since he could not differentiate which was Yi Yuan's true body, he would just directly sweep across with the wind from his palm. With his powerful strength of 4th-level spirit condensation realm, he would directly crush Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had condensed 9 spirit liquid drops, the disparity between them was still enormous. If he did not make good use of this advantage, then he would have completely no chance of victory at all today. The heaven-flipping palm by itself held incredible power. Among the Su family's Tier 2 martial techniques, it was also a pinnacle existence. After breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, Su Yishan had faith that he could rely on the heaven-flipping palm to crush 5th-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Su Yishan was indeed a genius. He also had rich experience in being in critical situations and was not those sort of flowers which grew up in a greenhouse. But sadly, he met Yi Yuan. Just as he was prepared to release the heaven-flipping palm, his brain suddenly blanked out. His divine soul sunk into a disoriented and hazy state. However, Su Yishan rapidly regained consciousness, except that when experts exchange blows, that split second of delay was ample to cause lethality. The 9 sword beams whistled out and arrived in front of Su Yishan dazzlingly. Su Yishan only regained consciousness at this time. It was already too late to want to circulate his strength to defend. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 sword beams struck Su Yishan's body solidly and instantly broke his protective essence energy, destroying his internal organs. What happened? This was the last thought that went through Su Yishan's mind, but he would never know. Nanfeng Jiro swallowed hard and felt somewhat parched. What in the world happened just now? She also really wanted to know. At that final moment just now, Su Yishan clearly hesitated for a bit. Just that short moment cost him his life. But in that sort of life and death juncture, why would he waver? Was this any different from suiciding? Nanfeng Jiro knew that it was definitely something Yi Yuan did, but she did not know what method he used. Speaking of which, after Su Yishan broke through in cultivation realm, he was actually already on par with her. Yi Yuan could kill Su Yishan, so he naturally also had the ability to kill her. Nanfeng Jiro unwittingly thought back to 2 months ago, that scene where she almost killed Yi Yuan. Just 2 months and he already caught up even Serpa. Said her. To think that she, Nanfeng Jiro, had always boasted she was a genius. But in front of Yi Yuan she was nothing. Senior apprentice Sister Nanfeng? Senior apprentice Sister Nanfeng? What is it? Nanfeng Jiro only reacted after Yi Yuan called out twice in a row. It's late. We should go. It had already been 5 to 6 days since they entered the endless forest, and Yi Yuan still had 2 medicinal herbs which he had not acquired. Since this matter was settled, he naturally did not want to continue delaying. If not for the fact that he needed to break through to the spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan would have long let Yuan Fei kill Su Yishan and would not have let so many things happen. Nanfeng Jiro followed behind Yi Yuan somewhat dejectedly, utterly unlike her usual self. Along the way, the two were very silent, neither opened their mouth to speak. After 4 hours, Nanfeng Jiro finally could not resist and opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, don't you have anything you want to ask? When you want to talk, you'll obviously say it. If you don't want to talk, then it's also meaningless if I ask. Yi Yuan just replied nonchalantly without turning his head back. Nanfeng Jiro glared at Yi Yuan's back view somewhat resentfully and said discontentedly with pouting lips, TCH, this guy who doesn't understand women. This princess will talk about it, all right? My father is Nanfeng Yi. I'm called Nanfeng Jiro. My aunt is called Nanfeng Ruoqing. My father is the ruler of the state of Qin. Is this fine? I already knew this long ago. I know that you are aware, but you should at least show me your ATTI, Tude, right? Nanfeng Zhiro was so exasperated by Yi Yuan that she gritted her teeth and halted her steps to stomp her feet. She shouted loudly at Yi Yuan's back view, hiding her ident. 1. Ties from you is my aunt and my fault, but we also have difficulties that we can't say. It's so inconvenient to enter the academy with my aunt and my ident. 1 tie. That's why we concealed our surnames. Initially, I also planned on telling you when we get back, but didn't I not have the opportunity this whole time? Yi Yuan also stopped and turned around. Looking at Nanfeng Zhiro, he suddenly smiled and said, Senior apprentice Sister Nanfeng is thinking too much. If I really have any ATTI, Tude, I would have long left you behind and ignored you and not stand here talking to you. Not having an ATTI, Tude is the best ATTI, Tude. Nanfeng Zhiro bit her lips and then said angrily, Then why didn't you say that earlier? I even thought that you were really angry. You also didn't ask me, Yi Yuan replied very innocently. Nanfeng Zhiro thought about it and felt so too. It seemed like it had just been her imagining all sorts of things from the start. She had not even asked this fellow. Perhaps even this matter of concealing their ident. 1. Ties did not count as something in this guy's heart? Fine then. I was the one who imagined things. Then you tell me, when you killed Sui Shan, why did he slow down by half a beat? Nanfeng Zhiro had a carefree personality. Knowing that Yi Yuan was not angry, this matter was directly filtered out by her. Nanfeng Zhiro became that unruly little princess once again. About that. It's a divine soul mystic art, the G.O.D. stunning spike. It can make people lose focus for a short period of time. Yi Yuan did not have any intention of hiding it and said it directly. Divine soul mystic art. You actually even know divine soul mystic arts. Nanfeng Zhiro exclaimed in astonishment. This is just the shallowest type of divine soul mystic art. What's there to get excited about? Not that Yi Yuan was posturing, but this G.O.D. stunning spike was really the crudest one among the divine soul mystic arts he knew. Chapter 157, Demonic Beasts' Fierce Battle. Chapter 157, Demonic Beasts' Fierce Battle. The G.O.D. stunning spike was just a simple way of using soul strength to attack the opponent's divine soul. It was not all that profound. If Sui Shan were prepared beforehand, Yi Yuan would not even have succeeded. After all, Yi Yuan only had middle-rank alchemy master soul strength. It was roughly the same as Sui Shan. This attack of his took him by surprise. Of course, divine soul mystic arts were not much to Yi Yuan. But in mortal countries like the state of Qin, it was absolutely an exceedingly rare existence. Even if it was the crudest type of divine soul mystic art. When the state of Qin's martial artists fought, they would not even think of the other party using divine soul mystic arts, because this thing was too rare. Hence, martial artists who possess divine soul mystic arts tend to succeed in sneak attacks. It was just that too few people knew it. So scarce that there simply wasn't any need to be on guard against it. There was no need to go so far as to be on guard against the opposing party's divine soul mystic art every time one fought a battle. Being distracted like that was, on the contrary, a big taboo. Yeah, I should have thought of it long ago. Other than divine soul mystic arts, how could Sui Shan have made this kind of low-level mistake? Nanfeng Zhiro muttered. Yi Yuan turned to go. Nanfeng Zhiro quickly recovered and hurriedly chased after, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan and said, Yi Yuan, teach me this divine soul mystic art, okay? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Not okay. Seeing Nanfeng Zhiro's face change instantly, Yi Yuan quickly said, Right now your matter at hand is to cultivate the water-defying incantation. Wasting time on other matters would only delay your cultivation. After your water-defying incantation is completed, I'll teach you an even stronger one. Only now did Nanfeng Zhiro's rage transform into joy as she said, You were the one who said it. If at that time you don't teach me, I will. I will. Nanfeng Jiro said, I will for a long time and could not think of an even better threat. Yi Yuan's strength was already no longer beneath hers. What could she threaten Yi Yuan with? Relax. I have plenty of divine, soul mystic arts. As long as you can cultivate to a sufficient realm, I have as many as you want. Let's go. Yi Yuan said very generously. The previous life Yi Yuan virtually gave up on the martial path, but had researched quite a bit in terms of divine soul. Therefore, he also cultivated many divine soul mystic arts. Of course, the aim of him cultivating the divine soul was still for alchemy. These divine soul mystic arts helped Yi Yuan to better understand the divine soul. He naturally enjoyed it tirelessly. A day later, Yi Yuan brought Nanfeng Jiro and Yuan Fei to the Grey Pine Forest to harvest the Pineyang fruit. This place obviously also had powerful demonic beasts to guard it. However, it was merely a Tier 2 demonic beast. Yi Yuan released Yuan Fei, and that demonic beast immediately started quaking. It did not reveal the slightest hostility from the start till the end. The hierarchy in the demonic beast world was more stringent. When a Tier 2 demonic beast faced a Tier 3 demonic beast, there was only the word submission. Obtaining the Pineyang fruit effortlessly, Yi Yuan and the rest rushed to the Blackwater Ravine. It was also the habitat of the 7-colored, flowing cloud python. The Blackwater Ravine was to the east of the Crimson Summit Ridge, roughly over 1,000 miles away. It was 600 miles from the borders of the Endless Forest, and also an extremely perilous land. But to the current Yi Yuan, it was not all that dangerous. With a Tier 3 demonic beast following by his side, he could go anywhere he wanted to in the 1,000-mile radius of the Endless Forest. However, Yi Yuan normally would not let Yuan Fei follow by his side, but made him stay inside the spatial artifact. Not only there were many students partic, 1 Pete aiding in the trial inside the Endless Forest, but there were also even more demonic beast hunters. If they encountered anyone, they could only silence them permanently. Yi Yuan did not wish to murder innocents, so it was better to lay low. Also, Yi Yuan had the intention of tempering himself when he entered the Endless Forest. If he made Yuan Fei take the front for everything, it would lose the meaning of tempering. A day later, Yi Yuan and Nanfeng Jiro finally arrived at the Blackwater Ravine. This place had babbling brooks with a beautiful forest. It was quite a nice place to go to. The 600-mile region is a boundary. Here, Tier 1 demonic beasts and Tier 2 demonic beasts mingled together. Of course, this was also not an absolute assumption. However, that martial artist which Yi Yuan treated was pretty unlucky. To have encountered the 7-colored flowing cloud python here could be considered super lucky. According to the description by that martial artist, Yi Yuan determined that 7-colored flowing cloud python might be middle stage Tier 2. This strength might not require Yuan Fei to come out. He might be able to handle it himself. But Yi Yuan did not dare to be negligent. The 7-colored flowing cloud python did not only have a formidable poisonous breath, but its fleshy body was also very powerful. If one were to accidentally brush past by it, they would definitely suffer. According to the records, this Blackwater Ravine was originally a late-stage Tier 1 demonic beast's territory. But who knew when it became occupied by the 7-colored flowing cloud python? I reckon that there must be something that the 7-colored flowing cloud python likes here. Otherwise, it would not cling to this place. We might even obtain something nice. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice to Nanfeng Jiro. Nanfeng Jiro was already long used to Yi Yuan's encyclopedic knowledge. She just asked, "Then what do we do now? Lure it out and kill it?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No rush. Let's sneak inside and check out the situation first." The pair swallowed the breath concealing pill and quietly sneaked into the Blackwater Ravine. Traversing past layers of the dense forest, the two finally arrived close to the stream of water. But right at that moment, from an empty SPAC beside the stream, a series of intense fighting clamors sounded out. Yi Yuan pulled aside the tree leaves to sneak a glance, and actually saw two demonic beasts currently in the midst of a fierce battle. One of them was a black python, roughly 10 foot long. Looking closely, one could see that there was indeed a 7-colored stripe at its vital point. It was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python, and the other demonic beast was a mighty white tiger, similarly a Tier 2 demonic beast, except that the white tiger strength was a stage lower than the 7-colored flowing cloud python, just low stage Tier 2. The battle between the two was very intense. However, the 7-colored flowing cloud python clearly held the absolute upper hand. That white tiger was currently already covered in injuries. Bright red blood completely dyed that body of white fur, making it look very miserable. However, that white tiger seemed to be very stubborn. It refused to take even a step back despite being injured to such an extent. Instead, it roared and took the initiative to attack the 7-colored flowing cloud python. That manner of appearance showed that it clearly intended on taking it down with it. Yi Yuan, why doesn't that white tiger run away when it can't beat it? Nanfeng Jiro transmitted. Evidently, she also found it very strange. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and similarly transmitted his voice. No idea. Maybe it has some reason that it can't retreat? Demonic beasts also have reasons. I think it's just stupid and just have to fight to the death with that python. Could they be seeing territories? Such severe injuries, even if it wins, it most likely won't be able to survive. All life has spirituality. Even demonic beasts have feelings. You've also seen Yuan Fei. Low-tier demonic beasts don't have such complex emotions. But it refuses to fall back despite knowing that it's no match for it. I'm afraid that it really has its reasons. While speaking, Yi Yuan pulled the tree leaves aside even more. The pair's visual field became even wider. Entering their sight was a tiny white tiger the size of a cat was currently quivering there. Nanfeng Jiro could not contain her surprise as she turned to look at Yi Yuan.